never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is reiterating his claim that the 2020 election was rigged.
Most people understand what happened. That was a rigged election, and it's a shame that we had to go through it. It's very bad for our country. All over the world, they looked at it.
Making those comments during Wednesday's CNN town hall event in New Hampshire. Trump noting that he would suspend talk of election fraud during his run for president next year unless he sees election fraud. The top Democrat in the U.S. Senate is claiming that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is the only top congressional leader left willing to leave a debt default on the table as a standoff continues with President Biden over the issue. At the same time, Biden is taking time to warn of the consequences of a default.
8 million Americans would lose their jobs, including 400,000 New Yorkers alone. Our economy would fall into recession, and our international reputation would be damaged in the extreme.
While speaking at a community college in New York, the president accused what he called extreme Republicans of holding the economy hostage. Congress needs to raise the debt limit before June. It's going to be a mess at the U.S.-Mexico border beginning Thursday when Title 42 expires. At least that is the prediction of one top Biden administration official.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is warning that the next few days and weeks will be difficult.
Even after nearly 2 years of preparation, we expect to see large numbers of encounters at our southern border in the days and weeks after May 11th.
Title 42 was the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations. Already, migrants are crossing the border, but this man said it's no picnic.
This is not humane. They failed to provide basic welcome and infrastructure.
Mayorkas warning immigrants to only use legal pathways to enter the U.S. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The COVID-19 public health emergency is officially over. Florida Hospital Association's Mary Mayhew says it does not mean COVID-19 has gone away.
We never should be letting our guard down about some of the concerns of future strains.
The end of the state of emergency also means the end of Title 42, that law allowing the U.S. to deny asylum and migration claims for public health reasons. Uncle Sam's also transitioning COVID vaccines and treatments to the commercial market. Thursday will be the last day to have COVID tests covered by insurance. Americans with health insurance were able to receive up to 8 at-home COVID tests a month for free since January 2022. That is no longer the case as of Thursday. California Senator Dianne Feinstein's back on Capitol Hill. The Democrat returned Wednesday after a months-long absence due to a bout with shingles as she continues to deal with complications as part of her recovery. Her absence has stalled a Senate committee's confirmation of a number of President Biden's judicial nominees. And a panel of FDA advisors is recommending a birth control pill be made available for over-the-counter sales. 2 FDA advisory panels voted unanimously to recommend the birth control pill called Opill to be made available without a prescription. It'd become the first such pill available over the counter. A final decision on it expected by the FDA this summer. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That is my cue, I do believe. Hi there. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Everybody sit back, relax. As we get things underway. All right, we close out on Wednesday, so hump day in the books, at least in the Eastern time zone. We will work our way into a Thursday. Yeah, turn the page on the calendar. Looky there. I see the 11th day of May. Oh boy. So I guess technically the countdown clock is ticking. 11:59 p.m. I believe is the official end of Title 42. What does that mean? We've been talking about it for weeks. The numbers are just off the charts. Yeah, numbers just released this past day. Border Patrol agents have apprehended 10,000 per day this week already before Title 42 expires. More than 10,000 Monday, more than 10,000 Tuesday. You don't have the official Wednesday numbers yet, but I guarantee that is the case. And those numbers are expected to just jump exponentially. Again, once we hit that 11:59 p.m. Thursday night into Friday morning, my. What have we got ourselves into? Oh, by the way, Alejandro Mayorkas clarified this past day, the border is closed. Just so you know, immigrants, the border's closed. Okay, yeah, for what it's worth. It's been closed forever, hasn't it? But we'll break it down for you. What does it actually mean, and what are the alternatives? Not a whole lot to be done. In the meantime, good to have you on board. It is, of course, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hanging out with you for a full 5 hours, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are in the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. A comfortable, mostly cloudy 57 outside the bunker at this hour. In the meantime, all eyes are kind of focused on potential several days of big-time flooding will be in the offing. And we touched on it last evening. A real concern is, especially down some of those really expected to be the busiest border crossings, with these tens of thousands of illegals coming in. May find themselves in a life-threatening situation just as Title 42 expires. It's our storm system that is, as we speak, emerging from the Rockies. So we've got some showers, thunderstorms. Strongest storms are now in southwestern portions and western Nebraska, eastern Colorado, western Kansas, on down into the Texas Panhandle region. The jet stream has taken a big dive southward, and all that precip is going to be funneled right down to the Texas-Mexico border as we head toward and through the upcoming weekend. All right, let's start off there with our traveler's weather here on a Thursday morning for the upcoming day. For those, if you're going to be traveling or if you live in or around the Denver to Rapid City, South Dakota area, on down to Amarillo and Lubbock, Texas. You're in the zone. Be on alert for potent thunderstorms here. We actually saw some stronger storms. A ground stop was issued at Denver International Airport, where they've been dealing with some of this severe weather. That just expired at 9 o'clock here, just a short time ago. Today, Thursday, into Thursday night, the severe weather zone will shift slightly eastward. encompassing from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, down through Omaha, Nebraska, Wichita, Oklahoma City. Yeah, some of those folks are going to be dealing with like the third day in a row, potentially with severe weather risks. But again, the flash flooding risk, this is the big concern, is going to be decreasing across the northern and central plains as we head into the weekend. But further south, dangerous flooding is going to be unfolding. Southern and central Texas, as we head into late this week and the weekend, widespread flooding is anticipated. Rainfall could reach 8 to 12 inches across a portion of south central Texas. Some could see up to 20 inches of rain. Now, outside of that heavy, incredible rainfall zone, a general 1, 2, maybe 3+ inches of rain will be falling. This could be a life-threatening situation, especially along that border, where they're bracing for the end of Title 42. AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, I think we mentioned last evening, said, I'm concerned about the already challenging and dynamic situation there on the border. That's going to be even more problematic, given the risk for repeated rounds of heavy rain and flash flooding. Rapidly rising, quickly flowing water associated with that flash flooding will be a significant threat for people in the vicinity of the southern border and also further northeast in Texas. Yeah, this could turn into a serious humanitarian situation here. Talking about some of the greatest flooding, some of the major ports of entry, Eagle Pass and Laredo from Friday on through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just as that major surge is anticipated along the southern border. Well, as I mentioned, a quiet night outside the bunker here, eastern seaboard. When we hear from Horse Feathers this morning, I'll ask him has it been kind of hazy in your neck of the woods? Much of the northeast and even down to the eastern seaboard, areas from New York City down into D.C. this past day. What are these hazy skies all about? It's actually smoke from the wildfires that are burning in parts of Canada. This smoke has traveled thousands of miles, reaching Ontario, Canada, the eastern U.S. over the last few days. Yes, if you're not aware, it's the wildfire activity is unusually early in the Canadian prairies. This is something you normally see during the late summer and early fall, where you're typically in the peak of wildfire season, but the smoke has made an early appearance this year. We've seen a surge in fire activity in Alberta over the past week. So, yes, they tell us the wildfire season is off and running there. Now, of course, the wildfire season across North America is still technically months away, but infernos are already ramping up in parts of Canada. Western Canada's wildfire season in Alberta especially. Plum Labs, an air quality company, said there are over 100 active wildfires in that province, 28 of which are out-of-control blazes right now. The worst of the fires burning in the northern half of Alberta, which has forced close to 30,000 people to evacuate their homes. Local officials declaring a state of emergency in response to the intense wildfires. People have called this season certainly unprecedented in recent memory because we have so many fires, so spread out. According to the Alberta wildfire press briefing over the weekend, wildfires have also broke out in areas of British Columbia and Saskatchewan. Not as intense as those that are burning in Alberta, though. But these massive clouds of smoke traveling thousands of miles across parts of northern Canada toward the Arctic Circle, and in recent days, spreading southward into Ontario and parts of the United States. Those hazy conditions, as I mentioned, Wednesday morning, New York City, Washington, D.C., smoke easily spotted from space by NASA's weather satellites. AccuWeather pointing out, look at the smoke from the wildfires in Canada across the Great Lakes and into the Northeast. Again, clearly visible with the satellite images. Philly Dan, hey there. Good morning, crew. Hope everybody has a great day. Steve, did you see where New York City wants to pass a law that if a shoplifter attacks an employee, it will be automatically a felony? Okay, I can't say I have not yet seen that scenario, but I'll see what I can dig up there. Thanks for the tip there, Philly Dan. Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hey, a weekend's getting closer. There's Shorty again along the Georgia-Florida line, I-95 southbound. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2 with 70 degrees at this hour. Hey, Dipsy Driver, how we doing? Hello, Steve, in the best informed audience. We've got 57 clear skies, headed to a sunny 80 here today in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. A special heartfelt shout-out to Horse Feathers for what he's doing this weekend for the young boys and girls with Make-A-Wish. I have a feeling he's going to be a busy, busy man. I know when I was a young boy, there was nothing more I wanted to do than ride in a fire truck or the front seat of a police car. All right, bless you, Horse Feathers. Mother's Day weekend convoy, keeping our fingers crossed as far as the weather goes there. Hello to James, who says, did you see the awesome performance tonight? Donald Trump on CNN, no less. Yes, the town hall. Why? Kind of questioning, why would Trump ever agree to actually appear on a CNN town hall? You know going in, all they're looking to do is get you backed into a corner, but he was prepared. No, I did not get to see it, but I've seen the highlights, and I'll share with you the breakdown of how things unfolded. Apparently, it turned into a complete debacle for CNN. Didn't go the way they anticipated. So there you go. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 57 in Ovid, Colorado. I got back from Missouri this afternoon to dodge a tornado and heavy rain in Sterling, Colorado. Nonetheless, we are loaded, pushing this powerful cow truck through the wind, through Belforge, South Dakota. Hey, a special one-night-only shout-out to Miss Millie from Northeast Colorado at this hour. All right, David says, howdy, you truckin' bunch of heroes. Marianne, morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hello, Dipsy Driver and Lily from Darla and Hip Hop and all the fur babies there. There's Joe Self, morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners. A cool 52 here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Glad Gilligan was able to get his heart back in rhythm. I appreciate the update there because I knew he was having that procedure this past day and hadn't seen anything officially how things went. So that's good news, right? Everybody knows he's got to be getting bored, not being able to treat people right. Everybody have a good night. Yes, indeed. All right, so that's good. Back in order, so I guess he'll be back to work fairly soon. Maybe he'll give us an update. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Morning, Mr. Summers, the overnight crew. There's Pappy, 58 on the Cruiser Dash in the far side of Hamilton County, Ohio. 12 miles from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Hidden Bunker. Shout out to the 2-time world champion manure hauler and Hall of Famer Monkey Gouger and the 2-time world champion bull hauler Lauren Weiss for getting past the bud test over the weekend and successfully keeping his manhood parts. Hammer down and be safe. You know, you got to tip the hat to Lauren Weiss. He was at the race there, Kansas Speedway, over the weekend. And the company he was there with, they had a booth set up. And offering a free, it wasn't Bud Light, it was actually Budweiser. But he openly admitted to drinking a can of Budweiser. And didn't feel like he was turning into a woman or anything. So that was the joke, in case you missed it there. Monday morning, we chatted about that. Kind of funny, but, he said, if it's free, it's for me, right? 22 past the hour. Hey, Joe's going to check in here. It's been probably a year and a half, I believe, since we've heard from Joe. Hang in there. Got you coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, underway here on a Thursday. Of course, it is 844-844-3388. And yes, as I look at the screen, looks like somewhere back about October of 2021. Last time we heard from Joe. How we doing, Joe?
Oh, hi, Steve. I'm doing pretty good tonight. How are you doing?
Oh, well, hanging with them. It's been a long time since you checked in. How's life treating you?
Oh, it's been pretty good. A lot of ups and downs. And I don't know if you remember, but last month was Autism Awareness Month, so I've been doing a lot of, teaching people about autism and stuff. I was in the newspaper, and so that's been pretty fun.
That's good. Yeah, I do. I was familiar that, last month was Autism Awareness Month. So you're speaking at, you're doing like presentations at school and things like that, trying to make people aware of it?
Well, I haven't done any at a school, but I go to different events. I think, there was a police training where they had police officers and emergency responders learning about autism and how to handle autistic people when they encounter them. And so I was there talking about it and explaining what would be good and what would not be good there as well.
How about that? Very interesting. So how's Dad?
Yes,
Dad doing all right? Paul doing okay?
Oh, yes, he's doing good. He's been stressed. There's a lot of family drama going around, but he's doing, he's hanging in there. So, yes.
So
he's been very busy.
I mean, time is flying by. What grade are you in now, Joe? Are you about to graduate or?
Oh, no, I turned 30 this year.
I thought you were so much younger, Joe. I apologize. How many?
It's okay.
How many years ago was it when Dad?
I went to the station.
Right, you were a kid.
Right, yeah, that was like 15 years ago or so.
Has it been that long? My, boy.
It is. Well, I've also called maybe for some advice. Is it okay if I ask a question to your listeners in the comments section?
Well, yes, absolutely. What you got?
Okay, well, me and my dad were planning a trip to go out to Nebraska and Wyoming. We're going to take Interstate 80. And so I was thinking, because you talked to truckers and stuff, and your listeners are truckers. So I was wondering to anyone who's listening, what's some good advice for Interstate 80 out on Nebraska and Wyoming? And like what should we do? What should we not do? Basically, some advice. What's it like out there? I just really love the Western United States. So we're going to be traveling out there for the first time in a little while.
I know there's a lot of mountains out there. Are you ready to climb the hills?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I had one experience to be there. I think it was we were in Casper? No, Cheyenne, Wyoming, with the folks at
Right.
Caterpillar Trucks. Again, going back a number of years ago, and one of the guys there actually took me out on a Saturday afternoon so I could see. I think it was one of the highest points there in Wyoming, out on the interstate. But that was pretty fascinating. But that's about all the experience I have. But I guarantee you some of our drivers can help fill you in. Would you like to know some places where sites to see or places you might want to stop?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some recommendations, like what are some good restaurants and stuff. We already have some plans, like, where we're going to go, like what landmarks we're going to go to. But yeah, like what are some good restaurants and other places that I might not know of. Sure, I'd like any information or tips we could get because we've never been out there.
Pretty cool. All right. So is that going to be like you're going to be several weeks out there or just a short trip?
It's going to be about a week.
About a
We're
week?
not going to be too long.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
well-
but yeah, I'd appreciate any help, and I hope you're doing pretty good. Steve, how's your dog?
Turbo is doing just fine. Thanks for asking. Yes, he is. Now, we ain't getting any younger, but hey, I got to pause there for a newspaper. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. May 11th marks the end of the COVID public health emergency in America. Florida Hospital Association's Mary Mayhew says the CDC will lose access to some of the data it used.
We have been doing very well for quite some time with the COVID numbers in our hospitals being extremely low.
The end of the state of emergency also means the end of Title 42 for immigrants. And Elon Musk is inviting Don Lemon to launch a new show on Twitter. The former CNN anchor was fired from the network last month. Early Wednesday, Musk responded to a tweet from Lemon announcing his firing with the offer, claiming the audience is much bigger. Tucker Carlson, who was also ousted from Fox News, announced Tuesday he's planning to launch a new version of his show on Twitter. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday. Hope your week's going well. We'll get some of our other listening friends checking in there. Let me get back and... Yeah, Joe, I had to hit my break there. I appreciate it. I thought I put you on hold. Did I hung up on you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear anything, so I didn't know what happened.
All right, so we left off there. When y'all heading out west?
Yes, we're planning on leaving in a couple months, pretty soon.
So summertime trip
Hopefully
then.
before tornado season.
Yeah, well at least you won't be dealing with any winter weather. So it's going to be check out. Are you going to plan to go like some of the big parks, state parks out there? Or?
Oh yes, yeah. I really like the prairie and stuff, so I want to just see all that stuff, you know.
Right. Okay. Well, that should be fun.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having me on the show, Steve, and I hope you and all of your listeners are having a good night tonight, and I'll be sure to try to check in again sooner than a year or two.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, and tell Dad to give us a call every once in a while. I'm guessing he's probably not. He's probably sleeping at night like a normal human, right?
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate. There's a lot of stuff going on in the family, so he hasn't had a
Okay.
lot of time. But yeah, I will talk to him. I'll let him know that I called, and maybe he'll call in again soon. And yeah, but thanks again, and have a good night, Steve.
All right.
Goodbye.
Safe travels if we don't talk to you before you head out west there. Okay. A little summertime trip. You see the country, right? Well, there's an awful lot that I haven't seen. All right, 844-844-3388, Title 42. What does it mean? As we know, pretty clearly, it's going to be an incredible surge. Many tens of thousands have been amassing in Mexico, various parts of the border. Many of them, they say, are unsure about when or how to cross. Drone footage showing big crowds gathering at the border fence by El Paso across from Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. There's a towering wall dividing San Diego, California, and Tijuana, Mexico. Hundreds have been jumping across there in recent days, waiting to turn themselves into the border agents. Now, some have been camped out for days, Mylar blankets to survive the chilly nights, surviving pretty much, they say, on granola bars and water. as they wait for processing in what is known as no man's land on U.S. soil between a primary wall and a secondary wall, the in-between zone. Now, there was a group of single women and a family with a couple of young children from Colombia. Said they left their home 7 days ago, flying to El Salvador, then traveling by bus through Central America and Mexico. We heard Title 42 was going to end. And after that, there won't be an option, she says. She said she heard about the policy change through the news in her country and by word of mouth. But as I mentioned a few minutes ago, more than 10,000 have crossed the U.S.-Mexico border illegally each day. Yes, Monday, Tuesday of this week. Brandon Judd is president of a union for Border Patrol agents, said this total surpasses a scenario outlined by a top U.S. border official just last month for the period after Title 42 ends. And as we mentioned last evening, earlier this week, a policy was implemented in D.C. Agents have now been authorized at virtually all the ports of entry to simply release migrants into the neighboring border cities if the Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the charity organizations don't have the capacity to take them in. With the tens of thousands that have already come in this week, I'm thinking those facilities almost have to be at capacity already, even prior to the expiration of Title 42. Yes, they're all hoping for a chance to seek asylum, a better way of life here in America. Yeah, most have escaped poverty, crumbling political regimes, deteriorating economic conditions in their home countries. The result, of course, is border forces stretched to their limits. Tens of thousands arrested as they attempt to cross into the U.S., being taken to temporary custody in those facilities. That's where officials try to decide if they can pursue asylum claims or they need to be ejected back to Mexico. So let's explain a bit how Title 42 has worked and what happens when it is replaced with what will become Title 8, which will officially kick in at 11:59 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time, May the 11th. Yes, Title 42 was implemented during the pandemic. It's officially a federal health measure which allows the Border Patrol to reject all migrants from the U.S. border, including those attempting to claim asylum. Now, when President Biden took over, he continued to enforce Title 42 with one important change. It would only apply to citizens of certain countries. Currently, migrants who attempt to come in illegally are processed under Title 42 if they are from Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, or Venezuela. Those border crossers go through a screening process that allows the Border Patrol to quickly kick out of the U.S. and return them to Mexico. There is no penalty or legal consequence for being expelled under Title 42, which has led many who are rejected to cross back multiple times, hoping that they'll get to stay. Title 8, which will officially kick in. And now that's an immigration law that's been around for decades. It's been used alongside Title 42 for the last 3 years. About 60% of all illegals who entered the U.S. this year were subject to Title 8. Once Title 42 is no longer in place, we will process families and single adults at the border without proper documentation using the long-standing Title 8 authority. According to the Customs and Border Protection, Migrants from all nationalities can be subject to Title VIII, which has a longer processing time and can lead to deportation, a legal process that actually carries penalties. Now, unlike Title 42, those removed under Title VIII are usually banned from trying to re-enter the country for 5 years and would be prosecuted if they try to enter the U.S. again during that time. Now, Hoffman said we're going to do an expedited removal for single adults. We're going to do as many as we can while they're still in Customs and Border Protection custody. Border agents will lean heavily on a new immigration law, which will allow them to turn away asylum seekers there at the border who don't already have an appointment for an asylum interview or have not sought asylum in a country on their way here. If you've left your home and you passed through a couple of other countries and you didn't make an asylum claim there, it's called a reputable presumption. You are presumed to not qualify for asylum unless you have extraordinary circumstances. Now, the Department of Homeland Security said the administration will be able to reject, they say, large numbers of migrants from the border this way, making preparations to screen migrants and start their applications to come to the U.S. In both Guatemala and Colombia. They recently announced a landmark deal that Mexico will continue taking Cubans, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, and Haitians rejected post-Title 42. For the first time in our country, we're going to be allowed to deport people from the United States who are not Mexicans back to Mexico. Now, Mexico, they say, has agreed to take 30,000 migrants a month for each of those 4 countries. The U.S. has trouble deporting many migrants to those countries because of its troubled, and in some cases, they're non-existent diplomatic relations. In exchange for that, Washington says they will allow 30,000 migrants a month from those same countries through the humanitarian parole program that's been created, which started in January. Now, to qualify, the migrant must apply online through the CBP One app, again, that they started back in January. They have to arrange a sponsor in the U.S. They're also not allowed to cross into the country illegally. What is the CBP One app, though? It's a cell phone app that offers services related to several border protection processes, including application submission and appointment scheduling. Using the app, asylum seekers can schedule appointments to appear at border crossing sites seeking permission to legally enter the U.S. Now, the Biden administration announced they're going to be expanding the number of appointments available to the app users starting Friday. Now, several migrants that spoke to the New York Post said the app rarely works, and despite months of trying to use it, haven't been able to schedule appointments, which has prompted some to cross the border illegally and hand themselves in as they believe they've got a better chance of being admitted. They spoke to one illegal in El Paso who crossed into the U.S. without papers earlier this week. She said, "We crossed into the U.S. through a hole in the wall. We were looking for Border Patrol, but we didn't see any that day, so we just walked right in. Our plan was always to come through legally. We tried going through the CBP One app, but it never worked. But, we just walked right in." I think we're going to see a whole lot of that coming down the pike. So hopefully that gives you a little better understanding of the Title VIII. All right, let's see. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan this morning. Buckeye Boy, hello from just east of Memphis, US 78, I-22. I hit some heavy rain, lightning, a lot of thunder east of Birmingham. It was really coming down. Got my DOT physical card renewed today. Got it registered at the driver's license services, so I'm good to go for another year. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, who else on board? There's Roy, Northwest Illinois on board. What do you got, 61 degrees at this hour? Very good, not a bad night. Captain Ron checks in. Florida, kind of smoky too. Yeah, I have asthma, and it's actually bothering me pretty bad. We need some rain here. Semper Fi. All right, there you go. Good to have everybody on board. Hello, Philip. Gilligan, yeah, he was in and out of the hospital in about 4 hours yesterday. Let's see, I believe that, who's that explaining? Just amazing what our skilled professional medical personnel can do in a day's time these days. Very good. So it is 844-844-3388. That's our number. We get to some of the industry headlines coming up here, and what's on your mind. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, ready or not, I hope you're ready for the trucking community out there next week. Next week, one of your favorite weeks of the year. It's road check time. Yes, indeed, the 72-hour international road check, Tuesday through Thursday next week, so the 16th through the 18th. During that 72-hour period, CVSA certified inspectors throughout North America inspecting commercial vehicles at weigh stations, inspection stations, designated inspection areas, and actually even in some cases out along the highway. So inspectors will conduct their usual roadside safety inspections, vehicles, drivers. In addition, this year inspectors are expected to specifically focus on two aspects of vehicle safety, which would be anti-lock braking systems and cargo securement, they tell us. Anti-lock braking system problems are not an out-of-service violation. The Alliance says inspectors will first determine whether ABS is required on the vehicle. If it is, they'll ensure the ABS lamp cycles on and off during the diagnostic check and be checking for any indications of a malfunction. For the other focus of this year's road check, cargo securement, inspectors will check spare tires, cargo, and dunnage to make sure they're secure, confirming there's enough tie downs for the weight and the length of items being hauled, and more. But as we know over the years, CVSA says an average of 15 trucks or buses are inspected every minute across North America during these road check events. Here's the breakdown. Last year, 59,026 inspections were conducted. More than 90% of drivers came through with no out-of-service violations. Now, with that number, that's pretty darn good. During the routine North America Standard 1 inspection, inspectors focus on two areas: driver and vehicle safety compliance. Now, for the vehicle, inspectors will ensure your brake systems, cargo securement, coupling devices, drive line, drive shaft components, driver's seat, fuel and exhaust system, frame, lighting devices, steering. I mean, it runs the gamut. Tires, wheels, rims, hubs, windshield wipers, everything has to be compliant. Inspections of motor coaches, passenger vans, and other passenger-carrying vehicles also include emergency exits, seating, and electrical cables and systems in the engine and battery compartment. As far as the driver's safety is concerned, they'll be checking the driver's operating credentials, hours of service documentation, your status in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, seatbelt usage, and obviously checking for any sort of impairment. Now, if you pass a level 1 or level 5 inspection without any critical violations, you may receive a CVSA decal, which is valid for 3 months. If the inspector identifies critical vehicle violations, you'll be ordered out of service and not allowed to operate until the identified out-of-service conditions have been corrected. Inspectors can also put a driver out of service for violations like not possessing a valid or necessary operating license or exhibiting signs of impairment. So that's, next week. It's already here. Wow. 16th, 17th, 18th. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How many take? A lot of folks over the years I know have taken a little 3-day vacation. Not because they're running illegally or their equipment's not up to par. They say, I'd rather not have to deal with the hassle. Some drivers, some go through the 72-hour road check never being inspected. Now, I've spoken to drivers that say that I got inspected 3 times during the 72-hour road check. He said, I got my CVSA decal on the first inspection. Next guy tries to pull me. I said, hey, I got my decal here. I just got inspected. So I don't give a damn. We're going to inspect your truck. Yeah, why? I don't know. Why would they do that? But so for some, it really is just a big headache if you find yourself being inspected, especially on more than one occasion. All right, let's see. News break just ahead. We'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you here on a Thursday at 844-844-3388. OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh in Washington, D.C. this week, testifying at a House hearing that's aiming to improve supply chain issues here in the U.S. And he asked the lawmakers to consider the challenges that the truck drivers face. Truck drivers often work in an environment where they're unable to find a safe place to park or somewhere to use a restroom. And because they're typically paid by the mile and exempt from overtime pay, it's common to spend hours of uncompensated time every day waiting to be loaded or unloaded. things we've been talking about for years, of course. He asked members of Congress how anyone could be expected to operate efficiently and safely under those conditions. I'd like to see you and your colleagues try to get your work done if you didn't have a safe place to sleep at night. Then you arrive at your office at 9 a.m., but you're forced to wait till early afternoon to start working, while not being allowed to use the restroom and not being paid for the time you've wasted all morning. If you really listen to what truckers have been trying to tell you, it's not hard to see why supply chain performance is lacking in this country. This was the House Highways and Transit Subcommittee hearing that took place this past day, entitled Freight Forward Oversupply, Overcoming Supply Chain Challenges to Deliver for America. Give you more on what Louis had to say coming up here, and it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump says he still firmly believes his 2020 election loss was a fix.
If you look at True the Vote, they found millions of votes on camera, on government cameras, where they were stuffing ballot boxes. So with all of that, I think it's a shame that what happened. I think it's a very sad thing for our country.
He made the comments during Wednesday's CNN town hall event in New Hampshire. Trump took questions from local Republicans and undeclared voters ahead of the 2024 GOP primary. Border towns bracing for the end of Title 42 on Thursday. Immigrants say they're having a hard time with an app that helps them get an appointment to enter the U.S. legally.
I help people do their app, and they get an appointment like in 3 days. I'm like, what is it? I mean, I'm doing the same process. I just can't get an appointment.
The White House says the border is secure, but Republicans say the Biden administration has ignored this growing problem for 2 years. Time is running out for the U.S. to pay its bills.
We're just weeks away from the U.S. defaulting on its debt, and President Biden says if that happens, it will be devastating.
8 million Americans would lose their jobs, and our economy would fall into recession, and our international reputation would be damaged in the extreme.
Speaking at SUNY Westchester Community College in New York, the president accused some Republicans of holding the economy hostage. Biden and congressional leaders will meet about the debt limit again on Friday. Congress has until June to act. I'm John Schaefer.
Inflation's still on the march, but there are signs that it's slowing down. The latest Consumer Price Index report, which measures the cost on a broad number of goods and services, shows prices in the U.S. rising slightly still in April, about 0.4. It's raising expectations that the Fed will continue its schedule of interest rate hikes. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The South Florida judge in Broward County who presided over the Parkland school shooter trial is stepping down. Judge Elizabeth Shera submitted her letter of resignation to Governor Ron DeSantis. Shera says her decision is unrelated to criticism of how she handled the Parkland case. Her resignation is effective June 30th. A guilty plea from a former NFL first-round pick.
Former Las Vegas Raider wide receiver Henry Ruggs has pleaded guilty to 2 charges related to a deadly car crash in 2021. Ruggs was charged with DUI resulting in death and vehicular manslaughter. Las Vegas Metro Police say Ruggs was going more than 150 miles per hour on a residential street when he plowed into another car, killing the driver and a dog. Ruggs' blood alcohol level was twice Nevada's legal limit. He's facing 3 to 10 years in state prison when he's sentenced on August 9th. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
In West Virginia, University of men's basketball coach Bob Huggins will be suspended next season after using homophobic slurs on a Cincinnati radio show. The slur was said when asked about Xavier University's fans during a basketball game. Huggins will be suspended for the first 3 games of the 2023 to 2024 season and will take a $1 million reduction in his salary. His contract also now transitions to a year-to-year agreement. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here on a Thursday morning as we work our way into the 11th day of May. Here we go. We get back and finish up with Louis Pugh's testimony there on Capitol Hill. He said lawmakers should start by improving the profession for truck drivers. It is clear to OOIDA the supply chain will never function optimally when our members struggle to find safe parking, are detained at loading facilities for hours on end, aren't being fully paid for the time they work, face a flood of new costly regulations, and can't even access restrooms when picking up or dropping off critical freight. If you want to improve supply chain functionality through legislation, you must find the political courage to address these pervasive problems, he says. Now, he did tout several bills regarding truck parking, restroom access, and overtime pay. OOIDA actually helped to craft the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. That's the $755 million for truck parking over a 3-year period. Then last congressional session, they also worked with lawmakers to introduce the Truckers Bathroom Access Act and the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. First bill would require shippers and receivers with restrooms to make them accessible for the driver while loading or unloading. The second bill would remove the overtime wage exemption for truck drivers. Both of those are expected to be reintroduced in this Congress sometime soon. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois, who introduced H.R. 2367, used much of his time to discuss the lack of truck parking and the importance of providing drivers an adequate place to sleep at night. Louis said truckers need their rest and they deserve their rest. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas, who introduced the restroom bill, spoke out against opponents of measures to make sure truck drivers have a place to use a restroom. He said, quote, "I just want to put it on the record to all the lobbyists and trade associations that are trying to sink this bill. I really don't care what you think on this issue. Just imagine if Congress banned lobbyists from using restrooms as you wait outside these committee rooms or offices. Imagine if you were told, all you lobbyists, go outside, find a tree, hell, go find a fire hydrant. Go outside and relieve yourself because we're not letting you do it in here." How long do you think that would last? What do we want to do? Treat our truckers like cats and dogs? Shame on these lobbyists and trade associations that are trying to sink this bill. I believe it's the right thing to do, he said. So it sounds like on Capitol Hill some support for those measures, the legislation. I think they also delved into the raft of new regulations being proposed. I know undoubtedly they talked about the measure regarding speed limiters on trucks. And Louis Pugh asked for support for the DRIVE Act that was introduced just last week. All right, let's see if we can get back to our calls here on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. Who we got on board?
Hey, Steve, this is New Trucker.
What's the name again?
New Trucker.
Okay.
I called you not too long ago.
Okay, what's going on?
But, hey, nothing much. I just wanted to kind of back the minister. I kind of feel the same that he feels. I love listening to the show. I sometimes I can't stand the politicalness of the show, but I like listening to it. Sometimes I'll just like shake my head when you guys are talking like Trump and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll turn it off and whatnot. But I just want to be the other guy out there. I know you have many callers are kind of like a moderate that like to listen to the show. So I'm just letting you know that I'm one of those guys. I have a more moderate view of things. I'm not a right wing. I'm not a left wing. I'm just kind of like in the middle, almost an independent. but I have more of a Democratic side of me. So I just want to let you guys know that. I'm usually always listening. I go back and forth between, podcasts and listening to you every night. I'm out here on the road 4 nights a week, Monday night through Thursday night. Run between Columbus and Indianapolis, so I'm not too far from you. I like listening to most of your callers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the LTL business.
Is there anything in specific? You say you support Minister, which he's so off the rails.
Yeah.
It's unimaginable. And anything specifically that what could you possibly agree with on him?
Is he a regular caller with your show? Have you heard from him like before yesterday?
Oh, yeah, for years he was a regular caller, and he participated in actively trying to get my show canceled, which ultimately happened.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I gotcha. So there's a huge, I guess, a background. You guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Long line of issues with the guy, and I mean, when I told him thank you for not calling, I was saying that genuinely, and actually, I mean, I have nothing. I have nothing that I would want to hear from that gentleman.
So, in other words, so you're saying that you don't support free speech? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, well, it's not about free speech. It's about having facts and factual information, and pretty much everything he says. He throws out these figures that are not factual. And, over the years, I mean, time after time, I would get my blood pressure up and have to go back and correct all the things he said, which are incorrect. So, I mean, it's, he's an absolutely racist individual.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty interesting. From what I heard, from the Title 41 and all that stuff, I totally agree. We need more people in this country for the low-paying jobs. You guys go to, I heard you say you went to Wendy's the other day, and they were super short staffed. We need those people to be in there to be fry cooks, cleaning up the floors. No American really wants to do those dirty jobs. So we need those immigrants to come over here. We'll literally pay them minimum wage, and they love what they do because they're contributing to what we do, and we absolutely need their help.
So you're endorsing bringing people into work for lower wages, which many of the corporations love that idea. They love paying lower wages.
Exactly.
But that doesn't. Why do you think there are so many positions not being filled? These individuals that are not working, and there are millions of them right now in this country that could be working, but if they're going to get a check in the mail, and if they're going to get their EBT card filled every month so they can go to the grocery and not have to work, why would they be incentivized to ever look for a job?
So I'm just telling you, we need these people because it's not like, we do have people living on EBT and whatnot, but that's mainly because of their family situation. Maybe they can't work because they're disabled, maybe.
Well, in those circumstances, sure, there are people, there are individuals that are in need of assistance. I have no problem helping them.
Right.
But you got to admit there are millions and millions of people who are just living off the government teat.
Right. Yeah, but then you have to look at our it just came out with our labor. We are at an all-time low at was it 3.4%? So we have no issues getting people to work that want work. We just need more of them because we're just so short-staffed of what we have right now. So that, and then the gun situation. I'm more of I'm a pro Second Amendment, but we still need more background checks. You know, your son, you taught your son to be a police officer. Ask him how hard it was to get into the police force. I live in kind of like central Ohio, so I have the Heath City, Heath, Ohio. They're hiring for a police officer, and on their checks, there's like a million things you have to go through just to be a police officer. You have to go through a background check.
Sure.
And then you have to do tests. You have to do like a physical aptitude test, and then you have to do a
mental
psychological
tests.
test.
Sure.
Yes, mental, everything, just to get a badge and a weapon. Plus, you have to go through training. What I'm saying, I'm just calling to let you guys know, or maybe you guys can discuss this. From my point of view, why should I support an open carry when we got a bunch of boo-haws running around with literally no education, no previous background checks, nothing on their history, no mental health checks, no psychological checks, nothing like that. We have people running around with guns, like this guy that shot up the mall in Texas. He literally had a swastika, a selfie with a swastika. I think it was tattooed on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he should have been tested before he got the weapon when he got freaking when he got expelled from the
military.
Army,
yes,
from basic training. Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Understand.
I mentioned the other
Yeah.
night this individual had posted apparently numerous posts via various social media. These Nazi and extremist views. I mean, if I get flagged for posting something pro-Trump and get banned from Facebook, how is an individual like this out there? And yes, I haven't heard in this particular case, when or how he attained the guns, if he bought them legally. I'm not up to speed on that. But obviously, I mean, with his social media posts, this guy should have been on the radar a long time ago.
Yep. Huge in my mind. But I'll go to the range. I'll shoot some weapons. But other than that, I keep my guns out of my house. I don't have any guns. My wife hates guns, so we can't have guns in the house. But I'm explaining to my kids, hey, these are the weapons that we get to use. I'm keeping the assault weapons out of their minds. But for protection, you may need this one day. So. I don't have a no Second Amendment in my mind, and I want to teach my kids, they have the ability to own a weapon, in the future, when they, grow up and whatnot. And and then the only other thing I wanted to kind of let you guys know, you guys keep talking about it, the speed limiters and whatnot. I work for a company that has a speed limit of 65, and I'm not 100% agree. Like, I know I see, these guys flying on the interstate down 70, and like literally 80, 85. I have a little on guard in here that tells you how fast people are going, and I'll nudge right behind them. And I saw one trucker the other day going 86 miles an hour. So, those people, we need to slow down. We need to absolutely slow those guys down, because there's no way that you should be going 86 miles an hour.
And I won't disagree with that. You should be able to go the speed limit.
Speed limit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's parts I think Ohio, like Indiana. I think Indiana. If you have anything over 26,000 pounds on you, you're stuck at 65, unless you want to get pulled over and do an inspection and stuff. But I think Ohio, you're allowed to go 70. So let's put it at 70, and then when you have your cruise on and you override cruise, let's push it up to like 72, so you can pass somebody on, if they're in the berm or you're just passing somebody actively in the stow lane.
My little trek over the past weekend down to Georgia, which I've done so many times. I mean, the turtle races. How many more is going to exponential increase in the turtle races? You'll witness it firsthand. Those two trucks side by side rolling up I-75, and all the vehicles that are now stacked and packed behind them. When the truck finally gets over, everybody's jockeying, trying to get from those that were in the right lane, trying to get in the left so they can get by the trucks. And those interactions, that causes more accidents. Yeah,
you have a whole parade of people behind you waiting to go, and then they're zooming off at 90, 95 miles an hour, pissed off at you.
Yep.
It's just we got to get a handle on that because there's no way, especially if you're hauling, 80,000 pounds, there's no way you should be going anything above 80 miles an hour. Unless you have, escort or whatever, that maybe you have an emergency or something. I don't know.
Right.
But we need to figure that out because there's no way. It's like an everyday occurrence as I'm going down 70. There's a person flying. So, but that's what I wanted to I'm going to try to call in maybe a little bit more, but that's my spiel, and I'm going to stick to it.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, and have a good morning. Hey, everyone's entitled to. Hey, it's your personal choice. You want weapons in your home? It's legal to have. You got your Second Amendment. You don't want to have weapons in your home? That's fine. Absolutely. For many, many years, I didn't have any sort of weapons in my home. Do now. And I mean, you think about is when things get kind of crazy, if someone's breaking into your home and your weapon is, I don't know where he's storing it, at the locker or wherever he's got it, if it's not accessible to you, you're pretty much then putting your full faith and trust in trying to dial the 911 and hope somebody can get there before the bad guy takes you out, which, hope it doesn't happen. But there you go. But you have the right to possess those arms. All right, let's see. We're pretty close to news break, so we'll just we'll hold off on that and get to 5-7 on board.
Well, how you doing?
Here we are.
Yeah, short. The fuel or the CVS sticker. I told one guy, "That's it, no more. No, I don't want that." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." I got one in Tennessee. They slapped it on there. They did a full inspection.
Yeah.
And on the same trip, by the time I make it to the brand new scale just above Cumberland, Maryland, he pulls me around back and he says, doing a full inspection on me. I said, "What about the sticker?" He goes, "I want to make sure you earned it." So
see, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. I mean, there's some of them could care less, right? I mean, I don't care. Yeah, during a 72-hour road check, could you imagine being inspected 3 different times?
Absolutely. Right now I know this from talking to, that's why I enjoy South Carolina. If they stop you, they do their best not to stop the same company every day. If they stop you, you're already in their computer. So they know you've been inspected. You don't need a sticker. And oftentimes they'll see where you're at, what's happened, so they'll do just check your paperwork or lights and let you go, or wait. course, that's not a big issue either. That don't go on your driving record because there's that little we can do about controlling the weights. From the mill, it's 84,000. From the woods, it's 85,000. So, but Georgia's totally different beast. We don't like to go down there. And for the new driver, you're really not that in line with Minister. Believe me, you're entitled to it, and Steve covered that. When you need your guns, you best have them in your room. Growing up in Florida, you realize I never actually seen my foster dad's firearms, except for when Mom had me help carry the laundry into the room. Down in Florida, there was only one room that was air conditioned, and that was the master bedroom. And when I carried it in there, she was having me help her hang it up in their closet. And there was Dad's guns in the closet lined up. You know what? We never, as kids, never crossed that line. That line was that master bedroom door. That was Mom and Dad's space, and you stayed out of it. So I don't get it. Were we more intelligent than the children of the day? I don't know. I knew that those things could kill people. I knew if we had a hold of a BB gun, don't shoot at anybody unless it's a good-looking girl with a big butt. Never mind. Got to make an impression. You know what I mean? But I really enjoyed your call there, buddy. Like I said, you really ought to hear Minister. Bring in your different ideas, but have a legitimate reason you believe that way. Bring in your truth. Maybe we're wrong on some things. That's what this is all about. But when you come in and you clearly lie or relate Al Sharpton's or Louis Farrakhan's points of view, which is
that's all right. We pause there. News break. Be right back.
USA News Update. May 11th marks the end of the COVID public health emergency in America. Florida Hospital Association's Mary Mayhew says the CDC will lose access to some of the data it used.
We have been doing very well for quite some time with the COVID numbers in our hospitals being extremely low.
The end of the state of emergency also means the end of Title 42 for immigrants. And Elon Musk is inviting Don Lemon to launch a new show on Twitter. The former CNN anchor was fired from the network last month. Early Wednesday, Musk responded to a tweet from Lemon announcing his firing with the offer, claiming the audience is much bigger. Tucker Carlson, who was also ousted from Fox News, announced Tuesday he's planning to launch a new version of his show on Twitter. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Even though he mentioned it twice, I didn't actually catch his handle there. Doesn't really matter, but one of his first points was agreeing with we need these people. We need the cheap labor. I mean, do you really think about the fact when you bring cheap labor in, that's going to put you, a more qualified individual, for whatever the job might be. And they're not all mopping floors and cleaning toilets, by no means. They're all looking for better paying jobs. You're reducing your potential income, your potential earnings, and your children's potential earnings by allowing these illegals to come. I mean, keep in mind, I don't have a problem whatsoever with immigration through the legal channels. Craig said earlier, what was the purpose of Ellis Island? The purpose was to come through and go through a process of legally entering the country, which we still, to this day, for years it's been 1 million plus. We allow 1 million plus individuals in need to come into this country every year. But do you think of the negative fiscal consequences? The sheer number that the American worker, you driving a truck, whatever your job might be, paying your taxes, that they're sucking out from the American taxpayer. Now, this is where over the years, when I would have to go back to try to correct ministers' comments, you go get the facts, you go get the statistics. I mean, getting a hard, solid number of how many are illegally residing in the country is a very difficult thing to do because, first of all, you know the numbers of actual apprehensions by Border Patrol that they've released into the country. Then you've got the so-called gotaways, which, million per year, gotaways. You don't even know they're here. And if they get a questionnaire or something asking their status, I mean, given the fact that they're illegally in the country, they're not going to tell the truth. They're going to lie about it. But the latest, most accurate estimates are at least 15.5 million illegal residents as of the beginning of 2022. Now, that takes into account drastic ongoing increases under the Biden administration. That also includes some categories of individuals without legal status, like DACA recipients, parolees who are illegal aliens under law, but misleadingly excluded from many of the estimates. Now, at the federal, state, and local levels, taxpayers shell out approximately $182 billion to cover the costs incurred from the presence of more than 15.5 million illegal aliens and about 5.4 million citizen children of illegal aliens born here, so they're technically not illegal, but children of illegals. That amounts to a cost burden of approximately $8,776 per illegal alien or citizen child. The burden of illegal immigration on the U.S. taxpayer is staggering. The gross cost per taxpayer, more than $1,100 every year. And now, illegal aliens who do actually maybe get a job and pay taxes, they only contribute roughly $32 billion in taxes at the state, local, and federal levels. That means that the net fiscal cost of illegal immigration to the taxpayers totals approximately $150.7 billion per year. So you take their contribution, some $32 billion, minus the actual cost, $182 billion, you're left with $150.7 billion, covered by the working man. Now, the net cost of illegal immigration at approximately, back in 2017, the number was approximately $116 billion. That means in just 5 years, the cost of illegal immigration has increased by nearly $35 billion. This is the consequences of the ongoing border crisis, the lack of effective immigration enforcement. They've got the charts, the graphs, the numbers, actually from the likes of the Internal Revenue Service, total federal taxes paid into the system, the total state and local taxes paid, and the economic impact, a negative $150.7 billion. Now, the approximately $66.4 billion in federal expenditures attributable to illegal aliens, it's staggering numbers. It's increased 45% since 2017. Now, every concerned American citizen should be asking our leadership, why? When we're paying more for everything, increasing cost, shrinking resources, they're spending these amounts of money on individuals who are not actually authorized to be in the country. That's an especially important question in view of the fact that the taxes paid by illegal aliens actually offset very little of the enormous cost stemming from their presence in the country. So they point out taxes collected from illegal, that helps offset the fiscal outlays. You have to include that in any examination of the cost of illegal immigration. Illegal alien advocate groups frequently cite the large tax payments made by illegal aliens. That's a justification for their presence and a reason to grant amnesty. Yeah, that argument is nothing more than a red herring. Those claims rarely look at the cost associated with the illegal immigration, and it only focuses on the amount contributed to the economy and paid in taxes. Most studies grossly overestimate both the taxes actually collected from illegals, more importantly, the net amount of taxes annually paid by them, i.e. the amount of money collected from illegal aliens and ultimately kept by the federal government. Yeah, predominant reason for that is, in recent years, the U.S. has focused on apprehending and removing almost solely criminal aliens. And since Biden took office, many criminal aliens are now protected from deportation as well. Now, because of that, the majority of illegals seeking employment in this country now live in an environment where they have very little fear of deportation, even if they're discovered to be here. The numbers. I just thought I'd share that with you. All right, 5-7. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Good deal. I'm heading into the swamp, so I'm going to lose you here in a second. That's exactly what I wanted to bring up is we don't need slaves. We need people here honestly. And, those jobs that he was talking about, they're not going to be paying in at the end of the year. They're going to get the earned income credit. They're going to get more back in taxes than they paid in. So,
Yep, and he's in the swamp, sure enough. So, all right, there you go. That's 844-844-3388. What do you say? Pappy, good morning.
What's happening, Steve?
Living the dream, right?
Hey, yes, sir. Hey, man. Minister is welcome to call anytime he wants. It's just unfortunate that we've had the pleasure of many years with conversations with Mr. Minister. I always welcome his call. I don't care if he calls or not. The only problem, Steve, is you hit the nail on the head. He's got his truth, and we got our truth. And I don't know if both of us can be right.
Yeah, there's technically, when it comes to truth, there's only one truth, right? There's not two different truths. Yeah.
But when you actually present him with the facts, right, he doesn't want to listen. What did, was it Biden that made this comment, or Obama? We will take truth over facts. Remember seeing that video?
Yeah, I do kind of recall that. I don't remember who said it.
You know, and I think OC made some comments like that. You know, but like last night, he made the statement that Trump was found guilty of rape. He made that comment last night.
Right.
We can play it back. It's not true. That is inaccurate, not factual. Trying to make it sound like, you know, this civil lawsuit found him guilty in a criminal court, trying to lead that, you know, as a result of that judgment, that proves he was a rapist. Well, no, it don't. Steve, would it surprise you if I told you that the Texas mall shooter wasn't allowed to be be in possession of a firearm?
Okay. So I mentioned that to him. I had not heard any details as to how he acquired. Were they legally purchased? I guess. So you're saying they were not?
Steve, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how he got it, so to speak. He wasn't allowed to have it to begin with, and that's the point here, right? when they talk about background checks and this person, you know, we're going to not allow him to carry a firearm or be in possession. It don't matter, Steve. They'll do it anyway. We've talked about this till we blew in the face.
Correct.
What would you say if I told you the dude that ran the same, another Hispanic that ran them people over with the vehicle didn't have a driver's license? Does it stop him from driving?
No, does not.
Steve, both of these were gang members, Mexican gang members. I just sent you an email of the shooter at the mall.
Okay, the guy that had the swastika or whatever.
I just sent you a picture of what that gang member tattoo looks like.
Okay.
It was on his left hand.
Okay.
It was on his left hand.
And what does that depict? I'm looking at it here. What is that a depiction of?
It's just a symbol of their gang, right?
Okay.
I don't know exactly what it represents other than that's their gang sign, right? And the driver that ran them people over has the same gang tattoo on his chest. They both did prison time. What's that? I mean, if somebody does prison time, Steve, you think he's allowed to be in possession of a firearm?
That would be no. That would be no. And we know the shooter that went over, you know, the whole deal where the neighbors asked him to stop shooting there. He was in the country illegally, 4 times? He wasn't allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
No. And we've said it over and over. I brought it up before. I mean, the perfect example is if you suspend somebody's driver's license, right? They're no longer allowed to drive. And the amount of people that we stop that are under suspension that aren't allowed to be driving is just off the hook, off the chart. It doesn't stop people from driving. It's that simple. And the difference between a driver's license, right, and the Second Amendment, one's a privilege and one is a right. So to suspend somebody's Second Amendment, First Amendment, 14th Amendment, whatever amendment you want to talk about, the Bill of Rights, to take them rights away from an individual, you better have some pretty just cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm all for. If you know, Steve, the amount of criminals out here carrying guns that have been arrested for carrying guns, that have been charged for carrying guns, that have been convicted for carrying guns, and they're still out here on the streets carrying guns.
Yep. And that's where the average law-abiding citizen needs to have their protection against the criminal aspect.
These laws do nothing but prohibit law-abiding citizens from protecting themselves. We've said it till we are blue in the face. We vomited it so much of this stuff out that criminals don't listen, don't abide by any law. A drunk driver does not care if his driver's license has been suspended for life because he's had so many DUIs.
Yep.
He don't care. He will get in that car and drive.
Well, I shared the story last week. The guy in Texas who had, I believe it was on his 9th DUI, and I think they gave him life in prison 9 times.
when do you get to the point where you finally, say, hey, I think we got to lock this guy up for a long, long, long time. I mentioned that a couple weeks ago. If we want to get serious, we're going to have to build some prisons. We're going to have to house these people, and it's going to cost money. If we want to get serious about keeping these people off the street. The United States, Steve, cannot be the foster parents to all these individuals around the world that want to come in the United States. We can't. It's that simple. There's a lot of good people in this country that take in foster kids, right? Look at Angela Jolie.
Mm-hmm.
How many kids have she fostered? Dozens, if I'm not mistaken. But she can't take in 2,000, Steve. Your average family, right, that are good, decent people that are trying to do right by the Lord. And, man, let's help these people out. Let's help these children out. I'm going to be a foster parent. You take 1 or 2 in. That's all they can. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
You can't take 100 in. The United States can't take hundreds of thousands and millions of people in. It's just not doable. So, man, no driver's license, not allowed to carry a gun, but yet again, the crimes were committed.
Correct. Yep. I mean, how many times do they say, well, if we would just enforce the laws or enforce the rules that are on the books already? I think that is the biggest problem. How do you enforce the existing rules, I guess? Is that where the problem lies?
If somebody commits an armed robbery and they get convicted and the sentence is 10 years, they need to do 10 years. It's that simple. The justice system's out of control. And a lot of it's the prosecutors. It's not just the defense attorney, Steve. They want to do these plea bargains, right? Let's kind of speed things up here because our docket is so full. Let's get this guy to plead to a lesser charge. Speeds things up for us. I get a so-called quote unquote conviction out of it on my record. He gets less time,
and he's back out and they're back out on the street committing crime in no time.
Yes, sir. And meanwhile, the citizens are the ones that suffer. It's a proven fact, Steve. 8% of the people in this country commit 100% of the crime. Look it up.
So 92% of us are the law-abiding citizen. It's that 8% criminal element.
That's what you're looking at. The people that, Steve, remember I've told you that we run people. I can pull up to the secret bunker here in about a half hour and punch a couple control numbers in and let you see this, man. Where you got somebody that's 32 years of age, and they've been arrested 38 times.
So all they're doing is committing crimes, and that's 38 times that they were actually caught.
Arrest.
How many things have they done that they didn't actually get caught doing?
Exactly. That's more arrests than they have birthdays.
Wow.
And you're talking at the age, of 18. So, I mean, average that out. Say you're 36 years old and you got 36 arrests. And Steve, I'm not exaggerating here. That averages out to 2 a year.
And they're out on the
Since
street.
You were 18 years old.
and they're on the street.
And they're on the street, walking the street. I mean, think about that. Every year for 18 years, and that's an average, arrested twice.
Wow.
Taken to jail.
So they're not, apparently,
Now-
they're not learning nothing, apparently.
Granted that there might not be 36 convictions, but you cut that in half, right?
Mm-hmm.
18 convictions. And Steve, I've seen it, and we're not talking like jaywalking here. We're talking thefts, mainly thefts and drug convictions, drug possession, possession of meth, possession of heroin, possession of a hypodermic needle. We see that over and over and over.
Wow. And in many cases, they're probably actually carrying a weapon too.
Yes. Steve, I seen a guy, I ran a tag.
Says this is stuff you can't make up. Well, we got to pause there. It's news break. We close out hour number 2. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. We are just weeks away from the U.S. defaulting on its debt, and President Biden says if that happens, it will be devastating.
8 million Americans would lose their jobs, including 400,000 New Yorkers alone. Our economy would fall into recession, and our international reputation would be damaged in the extreme.
Speaking at SUNY Westchester Community College in New York, the president accused some Republicans of holding the economy hostage. Congressional leaders and the president will meet again on Friday. Insurance companies will no longer have to cover COVID tests beginning tomorrow. While we were under a public and national health emergency designation, Americans with health insurance were able to receive up to 8 at-home COVID tests a month for free since January of last year. That public health emergency designation ends tomorrow. With the end of Title 42, the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations coming tomorrow, Homeland Security Chief Alejandro Mayorkas says we're going to experience some difficult weeks ahead.
Even after nearly 2 years of preparation, we expect to see large numbers of encounters at our southern border in the days and weeks after May 11th.
Mayorkas is blaming the surge of migrants at the border on Congress, who he says has done nothing about immigration reform for 2 decades. He also said the border will not be open after May 11th. New York Congressman George Santos says his indictment on 13 federal charges is nothing more than a witch hunt.
I'm going to fight my battle. I'm going to deliver. I'm going to fight the witch hunt. I'm going to take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing that.
Santos pleaded not guilty to all the charges, and he says he will not resign from office and still plans to run for re-election. He was taken into custody this morning and released on $500,000 bond. The NFL is going to have a game on Black Friday for the first time this year. The New York Jets will host the Miami Dolphins in the game the day after Thanksgiving. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The congressional committee that oversees government has provided evidence that the Biden family has been paid by foreign governments in what Representative James Comer describes as influence peddling.
The House Oversight Committee has released bank records indicating that the Biden family has been taking in millions of dollars from multiple governments, including the Chinese government. The bank records show multiple wire transfers to multiple accounts in what Comer says is an attempt to hide their origins. The Kentucky representative says these records show Biden is lying to the American people.
President Biden has claimed since the 2020 election that his family has not received money from China. That was a lie in 2020, and he continues to lie to the American people now. The Bidens have received millions of dollars from China.
I'm Lance Pry.
A congressional hearing is set for next week on the artificial intelligence platform ChatGPT. The CEO of OpenAI Technology will be questioned by the Senate Subcommittee on Privacy, Technology, and the Law. The committee wants to know more about the benefits and risks associated with AI. An over-the-counter birth control pill may be in our future. A panel of FDA advisors has recommended that the over-the-counter pill, Opill, be made available. A final decision from the FDA is expected this summer. Wall Street closing mixed after a cooler-than-expected inflation report. The Dow Industrial Average lost 30 points. The S&P 500 gained 18. The Nasdaq climbed 126. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back on a Thursday. Lines available at 844-3388. I didn't actually tune into the 9 a.m. press conference. There was one important piece of documentation that was not available to be presented at that press conference. And as we heard in the news break there, that's where two top Republican lawmakers condemned the FBI for failing to comply with the subpoena. Biden's foreign connections, back when he was vice president. Chuck Grassley, James Comer argued that the FBI's offer to accommodate the request differently indicates the document is real. Now, several weeks ago, they requested the document, which allegedly details Biden, then vice president, engaging in an exchange of money for policy decisions with a foreign adversary. It's an FD 1023 form, which ABC News reportedly likely means it originated from an informant. Comer and Grassley said they received a tip about it from an anonymous federal whistleblower. So the question remains, what did the FBI do to investigate very serious allegations from an apparent trusted FBI source implicating then Vice President Biden? Grassley noting that the FBI's rejection letter raises additional questions. Comer insisted the FBI's failed to provide the record and inform his panel, which officially issued the subpoena. Whether they even investigated the accusations. So we know the FBI's position is trust, but you aren't allowed to verify. That is not acceptable. We tend to follow up with the FBI and expect compliance with the subpoena. Now, a leak of the rejection letter from Christopher Dunham, the FBI's acting assistant director for congressional affairs, was featured in the New York Post earlier on Wednesday. Information from confidential human sources is unverified and by definition incomplete, Dunham says. Maintain it should be kept private to protect sources. Confidential human sources often provide information to the FBI at great risk to themselves and their loved ones, he said. The information they provide also can create significant risk to others who may be referenced in their reporting. Now, that just hours after Comer held that news conference alongside other congressional Republicans, identifying ultimately nine Biden family members who allegedly received foreign income under what has to be described as suspicious circumstances. But a little more on what they did unveil this past morning without the subpoenaed document. I want to get back to finish up with Pappy here. All right, so we had talking about the criminals on the street, and I don't know how can we fix the system in this country? I don't know the answer.
Steve, I think if we can keep the people locked up that are committing the crimes, I don't know if you can do a search. Try to figure it out. See if you can do a quick search on the amount of people that are incarcerated in the United States. And I don't know, say 2020. Give it a couple of years for the numbers to come in. See what that number is, right? And divide that by 330 million? Is that what we got in this
right in
country
there, yeah.
now?
Mm-hmm.
You can figure out the percentage. You're going to find out you're going to be real close to what I told you. It's the same people committing the same crimes over and over and over. And especially when you talk about the serious crimes, the aggravated robberies, the felonious assaults, the rapes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same people. real quick, I'll get off of here, and Eagle mentioned this the other night. He's 100% correct. All these other countries are pretty much opening their prison doors, saying, you want out? There's the door. Your butts better head straight to the United States. And that's a scary thought. And that's Steve. He's 100% correct here. So for every 100,000 coming across, how many of these are gang members, MSN 13, cartel members, bad dudes, right? Coming across this border.
Yep.
I'd like to know what that percentage is. I mean, if it's 100,000, say 10%, say 8%, say if 8% of them are some serious criminals, that's 8,000.
Serious criminals.
8 serious criminals crossing this border for every 100,000. And we're going through 100,000 lickety split, what, every couple of weeks? Seems like. I don't know, Steve. See what happens here. But I'm telling you, and mark my words, Biden administration is going to come out here, give it a month or two. And the press secretary, like she does, she's going to look straight in that camera and lie to the American people's faces. Look, the illegal crossings are down by 90%. That's exactly what she had just said it the other day.
Yep, she did.
And they're going to sit here and try to tell us that the illegal crossings are down 90. Well, technically, if she says this in 2 months, she might be correct because we just legalized it.
We let them all in.
The numbers aren't going to stop. Quit playing your word games with us there, honey. But the liberals will just fall for it, Steve. Just fall for it. Minister will call up and tell us how the number of the crossings have decreased by such and such numbers.
Well, he did try to say it's Trump's fault that they're all coming in now because he held them back, right? He held them back with Title 42.
All right, my man. Have a good night. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Hammer down. Thank you, Pappy. All right. Scooter sends me a message. He said, Steve, yesterday you said you just wondered what was going to be happening Wednesday to distract from the James Comer press conference. Well, it was the George Santos charges. And the mainstream media swallowed that bait hook, line, and sinker. Isn't it kind of odd? In about 100 days, the Department of Justice can find 15 crimes to charge on Santos, but nothing on the Bidens in over 5 years, despite mountains of evidence. Isn't that just amazing? Yeah, I didn't really pay attention. I saw the headline that, yes, Santos was charged this past day. I don't know, was it financial things or what? I'll pull up the rest of the story. Oh, what's Eagle got on his mind this morning? Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, you had me on hold for a while tonight. Guess you got a lot of people calling. Hello?
It had been pretty busy. We're getting caught up though. So yeah, we got lines available here. But yeah, thanks for hanging in there, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, first of all, I want to address this guy. Want to say something. Address this loser minister tonight one more time, just so he gets the message real clear. Steve, as you know, I support Donald Trump. I'm a Republican, and I will be voting for Donald Trump in 2024. Now, let me say this, Steve. If you had a radio show and all you did all night long was talk about Joe Biden and what a great job Joe Biden was doing, Do you think that I would be listening to your show all night long?
I do not believe you would. No.
Okay. Well, that loser called me yesterday and said that he listens to your show every night. If Minister doesn't agree with what the callers are saying on your show, such as me, Pappy, and other individuals, why does he continue to listen to your show? Sounds to me like this guy has a miserable life and he has nothing else to do with his time. Here's something to try, Minister. Try find something else to do. Going to the, what do they call them, losers? They call them, I forgot what. They replaced your show on WLW, the other trucking show. I told you that. I told that loser that over 2 or 3 years ago when you left WLW. Try going to that show, Minister. They seem to have your point of view. They seem to support Joe Biden. Go over and call up their show, and I'm sure you'll have a lot of that think just like you, because we don't need you on this station, my man. Now, here's how it goes, Steve, with this situation. The border is totally, and I do mean totally, out of control. We've been talking about this for a long time, Steve. Tomorrow is D-Day. Just like I told you a couple of days ago, tomorrow, the United States of America officially becomes a third world nation. That's right. Might even be less than that, maybe be a fifth world nation. At the rate we're going, Steve, you can't evacuate this guy, Joe Biden, or whoever's in control of the White House at this point. You can't evacuate all of South America, Steve. You got over close to 10 people making their way towards the United States as we speak. The last time I checked, you had another loser call into your show earlier tonight, and it had the nerve to say, "You still there?"
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you had another guy call in, and he had the nerve to say that he agrees with what Minister has to say. Well, let me tell you this, my man. There is not enough secondhand jobs for these people here in America, for all these people that are making their way to the United States of America. The border should have been closed a long time ago when Joe Biden took the White House office. He should have continued on the tradition that Donald Trump had started, and we wouldn't be talking about this right now. This is bad, what's going on right now, Steve. I don't know if you heard the news tonight. I was watching TV, and I seen it on my cell phone tonight. The drug cartels in Reynosa, Mexico, which is across from Brownsville, they were firing at the United States military, Border Patrol on the other side, because they're unhappy with the U.S. trying to stop individuals from entering the United States. It's on video, gunfire coming from Mexico headed towards the United States. It's out of control. They don't give a damn who gets hit by one of them bullets. This is how out of control the situation is right now. They said if you watch television tonight, Steve, they show people coming into El Paso, Texas, and then making their way into the downtown area, and now they're making their way into the suburbs, people's homes. They show these guys sitting at gas stations, 7-Eleven stores, and other gas stations around El Paso, trying to hitch rides, trying to beg and borrow money from the citizens of El Paso, Texas. And what did I tell you last week, Steve? What happens to an individual that doesn't have a job, doesn't have any money in their pocket, and they have no way to feed them? What's the next step for that man to take?
Desperate people do desperate things, and they're going to try to find some way to get some money, aren't they?
That's what I'm saying. So they're going to start committing crimes. They're going to start robbing innocent citizens and people that live in America to get money into their pocket. So like I told you last week, Steve, it's not like we don't have enough criminals in the USA. Joe Biden just invited 100. He just invited even more into this country to create even more havoc, that unneeded havoc at this point. It's just sickening, Steve. I never thought 3 years ago when Joe Biden got, I knew he was going to be a disaster, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I always thought that maybe at the last minute, Joe, he would somehow not allow this border to be breached like this. But apparently that didn't happen, and we're in big trouble right now, Steve. Now I want to say one other thing about about Donald Trump, and I'm very disappointed in Donald Trump. You know, I still support the man, but I can't believe that I watched the event that took place on CNN. I can't believe, how many times have I told you about CNN and see these people are nothing but snakes? I can't believe that he went on their television program tonight and sat there and answered the questions from that loser that was trying, that you know is bogus and biased against Donald Trump. Everything Donald Trump had to say, she disagreed with. She got the nerve to tell Donald Trump to his face that he can't say that the election was rigged and stolen from him. Can you believe that?
Yes, that's we're hearing that in the news breaks. Yes, they're all over that.
Yeah. Donald Trump told her to her face that the election was stolen from him, and she said, "You can't say that. You can't say that on television. You have no proof that the election was stolen from you." It's just, like I said, the whole night. I watched the program, and everything that Donald Trump had to say, whether it went from immigration to the COVID virus. She said that Donald Trump lied about that the virus didn't come from China. That she said he was lying about that. The deal with Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, the impeachment, probably the Ukraine phone call. Everything Donald Trump said, she disagreed with this Caitlin Collins person. Donald Trump, do me a favor, if anybody that works for him or listen, do not do any business with CNN. Hold your own. If you're going to do a debate, if CNN is involved, don't show up, because it's obvious that these people are for Joe Biden. That woman is for Joe Biden. And, Donald Trump, he did a good job tonight. He didn't let that woman embarrass him. But it's when you're holding a debate, Steve, you're supposed to what the other individual has to say. You're not supposed to call a man a liar to his face, everything the guy says. Even of accused, the breach of the Capitol. So, like I said, I don't know if you watched it, you need to go back and watch it if you haven't. But Donald Trump, like I said, please, because I've been telling you this for years, Steve, when they got rid of Don Lemon and they got rid of all these other losers, CNN, I wish they were totally disconnected, offer to take the whole station off there, because they're nothing but biased, bogus Democrats. And like I said, Donald Trump, he should no longer, and I mean never, ever appear on CNN television again. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, a quick time out there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, news break, couple minutes away here, and plenty of room for you at this point at 844-844-3388. Eagle mentioned, I hadn't caught that. Gunfire at the border, heavy gunfire erupted near the key U.S.-Mexico border crossing. Local reports suggesting multiple people were killed this past day. It broke out at actually on the FAR Reynosa International Bridge about 3 o'clock local time Wednesday afternoon. Mexican media reports apparently the confrontation occurred between elements of the army and armed civilians, which I'm guessing probably what the cartels kind of thing. Preliminary balance is 3 alleged criminals were killed. Now, this bridge across the Rio Grande connects the city of FAR in Texas with the city of Reynosa. On the Mexican side, footage taken from within one of the trucks on the bridge shows what appeared to be Mexican army vehicles zooming past drivers who were cowering in their vehicles. In another video, a couple people cowering by the side of a truck as a barrage of shots ring out over the seemingly deserted road. One witness shared a picture of a crumpled bullet, saying bullets bouncing off the Reynosa FAR Customs facility. Of course, these border regions are hotly contested by the notorious cartels that control the supply of illegal drugs into the United States. Local reports suggest the clashes broke out after authorities allegedly arrested La Pava, the regional leader of the criminal group Los Zetas. That's the whole cartel thing. So yeah, Mexican military up against the Mexican cartels. But yeah, right there on the U.S. border. All right, we'll get back to your calls coming up here. Other industry headlines as well. Lots to cover at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. May 11th marks the end of the COVID public health emergency in America. Florida Hospital Association's Mary Mayhew says the CDC will lose access to some of the data it used.
We have been doing very well for quite some time with the COVID numbers in our hospitals being extremely low.
The end of the state of emergency also means the end of Title 42 for immigrants. And Elon Musk is inviting Don Lemon to launch a new show on Twitter. The former CNN anchor was fired from the network last month. Early Wednesday, Musk responded to a tweet from Lemon announcing his firing with the offer, claiming the audience is much bigger. Tucker Carlson, who was also ousted from Fox News, announced Tuesday he's planning to launch a new version of his show on Twitter. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. All right. Yes, so room for you. Dial us up. Under the industry headlines, negotiations between the Teamsters and UPS. The announcement yesterday, UPS and Teamsters have commenced the national or master phase of contract negotiations, even though two of the main supplemental agreements are unresolved. One of those supplements with Local 89 in Louisville, home of the UPS Worldport Air Hub. The other is located in Northern California. The Teamsters National Negotiation Committee directed the supplemental committee chairman to return to the bargaining tables to resume negotiations, according to the Teamster statement, I guess, on Monday. Now, in the first national meeting, which was largely ceremonial, the Teamsters shared a handful of non-economic proposals to the National Master Agreement. UPS executives shared a few pages briefly summarizing some of the company's own proposed contract changes. According to the statement, Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien told UPS across the table to act fast to quickly abolish the 22.4 two-tier job classification for package car drivers and eliminate the use of personal vehicle delivery drivers, known by the classification number in the contract. 22.4 drivers are full-time workers who the Teamster said don't receive the same employment status of senior workers, even though they put in the same work. If UPS really wants to get serious and get national talks underway, they should get rid of these unequal positions and watered down gig economy, PVDs, right now. It would be very easy, he said. We can't allow movement on national negotiations to stagnate around UPS's perpetual inaction. So they want UPS to start responding to some of the biggest issues or make final plans to wrap up supplemental negotiations. Let's get it done, he says. Now, as recently as last month, Teamsters warned there would be no national negotiations until all of the 40 supplementals, which generally have a more specific impact on worker benefits in those geographic areas. Teamsters accused UPS of dragging their feet on negotiation with 30 of the 40 original supplements. So I guess they've come a long way if they're down to 2, right? Yeah, based on where things stand now, progress has been made, according to the Teamsters. UPS agreed that the company preferred to see supplementals reach tentative agreements as quickly as possible. The proof's in the pudding, says Fred Zuckerman. While we evaluate the initial non-economic national proposals, we've asked our supplemental committees to work out final issues. Now, if UPS isn't playing games, we should see all these regional contracts agreed to by both sides very soon. All right, statement Friday, UPS said the company and the union have made, as he put it, good progress in the past few weeks, negotiating nearly all the supplements. Sounds like things are progressing. That would be good news, right? All right, it's all fun and games till you get caught. This week, a North Carolina man sentenced to prison on a fraud charge after asking the government for COVID-related business relief funding on behalf of a trucking company that didn't exist. Joseph Alexander Casillas, sentenced to 6 months in prison, to be followed by 3 years of supervised release, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. February of this year, he pleaded guilty to a charge of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Authorities say he fraudulently applied for Payment Protection Program loans back in March and April of 21, the height of the COVID pandemic. Yeah, those loans were created to help businesses to stay afloat and retain employees with the economic strain from the pandemic, as we know. Apparently, he claimed to be the owner of a long-standing trucking company with $100,000 in annual payroll expenses. He submitted 2 false, fraudulent PPP loan applications, each of which requested over $20,000. Providing the lender with a fraudulent 2019 tax record to substantiate the claims. Now, in reality, the trucking company did not even exist. In addition to the prison sentence, he was ordered to pay $92,000 and some odd dollars in criminal restitution to the Small Business Administration. I guess, well, for the next 3 years in jail, he won't be earning anything to pay the restitution, but all right, all fun and games, you get caught, right? All right, out of the swamp, I believe, 5-7 back. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. 10-4. Sorry about that. Got to keep moving. Got to do the day job first. Blind man. Don't keep it simple. I called him today, yesterday, and he was in great amount of pain. He had to rush him to the hospital and reinsert the catheter. So he's infection after infection. He's just fighting it. But he said that Amy, also his girlfriend, she's in the hospital with pneumonia.
Wow.
They need prayer, like a lot of people in our realm of listeners. A lot of people need prayer, and we're 2 or 3 gathered together. You don't have to get on your knees, jump up and down, and scream and holler. It's just like you're sitting in the seat next to you. Just say a prayer right now that God will move in on him, make himself real to the blind man in a real brotherly type of way, and he'll be getting closer to him and bring him through this and bring his health back to him, and also Amy, the people that are fighting cancer have gone through the dealing with cancer. And just thank God we have Steve Summers, Overnight Drive, where we can get together in the middle of the night and come to you, Lord. So, amen on that one. And just enjoying the show, absolutely. I believe that young man's handle was New, N-E-W, driver.
New driver, okay.
So we'll leave it at that. Young man, go ahead and call back. Hey, one thing for sure about Minister, we'll get 2-3 days of commenting on just his one call. It's like he thrown in this thing about Donald Trump's son getting all this money from wherever. The Trumps were in business long before he even thought about into politics. And that meant that, he probably got money from the business. But we're seeing where the Bidens are getting money, and they don't have business. Really, they have no business getting that money. And, hey, the truth is coming out. And you know what it did? You know why the truth is coming out? Because the American people went out and voted. And we've got to do it again pretty soon. And we got to put the people in there that will bring out the truth. So, hey, Steve, have a great weekend, brother. This is Friday, right?
No, this is Thursday. We still have a day to go there, brother.
Okay, well, we'll try this again tomorrow. How about it?
All right.
Tell you where I'm sitting.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Over and out.
Unless you're trying to give me a 3-day weekend. Hey! All right, that frees things up at 844-844-3388. Let's see. I just checked the space weather radar. I guess you can call it radars. They've got a map that kind of depicts the Aurora Borealis, which a couple of weeks ago we had the northern lights seen way down into the central and even in some cases southern portions of the country. I mentioned last evening it may happen again. Geomagnetic storm watch, a strong G3 class geomagnetic storm possible today, May the 11th, when a CME is expected to hit Earth's magnetic field. Now, during a G3 class storm, auroras have been sighted in the U.S. as far south as Oregon, Nebraska, and Virginia on the eastern side. All right, let's see. The CME traveling faster than 2.2 million miles an hour. Shock waves as its leading edge accelerated protons to nearly light speed. They've been peppering the upper atmosphere for the past couple of days. These are signs of a potent CME, fully capable of causing a geomagnetic storm when it reaches the Earth. According to NOAA's latest forecast model, the impact should occur on May 11 at approximately 1200 UT. What time is that? All right, the difference gives a sense of the uncertainty. There's several different models. One says 1200 UT, another predicts 1800. Is that universal time? Whenever the CME arrives, if you subscribe to Space Weather Alert, you'll receive an instant text message announcing the arrival. This would be compliments of a massive CME, coronal mass ejection, hurled directly toward Earth by an explosion sunspot designated as AR 3296. That one took place on Sunday. Energetic particles will arrive on Earth in the early hours. Now, that was Wednesday. The same explosion that launched this CME also caused a medium-strength M1.5 class solar flare. The violent solar activity is expected to impact Earth Wednesday and Thursday, could cause auroras much further south, mid-latitudes. as we just said, Oregon, Nebraska, Virginia, possibly. Now, this is what they called a law-breaking CME. The sunspot, a law-breaking sunspot, because it's referred to as having reverse polarity, meaning it has the opposite magnetic field of other sunspots found on the same hemisphere of the sun. Only a tiny percentage of sunspots have this reverse polarity, making this particular sunspot incredibly rare, in addition to more likely to explode, as this one has already done. They say it's a lawbreaker because it runs contrary to a rule known as Hale's Law. Hale's Law suggests during the current 11-year solar cycle, sunspots in the northern hemisphere should have polarities that are positively charged on the right and negatively charged on the left. This particular sunspot reverses this. Negatively charged on the right, positively charged on the left. So, for what it's worth, a very rare sunspot. But yes, so we'll kind of have to watch for that. We don't have, if it doesn't arrive soon, it'll be too late here on a Wednesday morning. It may produce auroras on the other side of the world throughout the daylight hours here. Right now, the KP index is quiet, according to space weather. We shall return into, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
But what else in the mix? What else? All kind of fun stuff going on here as we roll into a Thursday. Yeah, can't help but kind of wonder, is it actually kind of politically motivated? Yeah, they're trying to make it sound like it's not, but apparently the Georgia Bulldogs will once again not visit the White House after winning the national championship. Spokesperson for the Bulldogs athletic department said the date suggested for the visit would simply not be feasible. Quote, unfortunately, the date suggested is not feasible given the student-athlete calendar and time of year. However, we appreciate the invitation, look forward to other opportunities for Georgia teams moving forward. Of course, Georgia coasted to that dominant victory over TCU back in January. What was that final? 65-7, wasn't it? Now, the school did not attend the White House last year. Initially, President Biden declined to invite the team this year due to COVID safety precautions. A move that the defensive lineman Warren Brinson criticized. They later invited the team after a request signed by Representative Earl Leroy Carter, as well as Senators John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. The Bulldogs, led by head coach Kirby Smart, completing a historic season, accomplished a 15-0 record, won their second national championship in the same number of years, they wrote. So I guess the invitation, but I don't know. Don't want to read more into it than actually exists there. Let's see. I know we'll have champions come to the White House. We always do, so we hope LSU will come. Speaking at the Colorado State Capitol in Denver, but I'm going to tell Joe I think Iowa should come too because they played such a good game. Who was that commenting there? Oh, that was the women's the UConn men and LSU women's basketball teams. They say will still visit the White House later this month. First Lady Jill Biden actually sparked some controversy last month. All right, I remember that when she said that the losing women's team, Iowa, should be invited along with the championship team, which, where do you come up with that? Yeah, they played a good game, but second place doesn't typically get that invite, right? It's the privilege of being the champions, historically, I believe. Hello, Bourbon Street Gary. Let me pass this message your way. Sent me a few minutes ago. Morning, Steve. Bourbon Street Gary here. I-70 in Missouri, the mile marker 97, eastbound. It's at a standstill. So I-70 eastbound, the 97, apparently have an eastbound truck rollover incident that had occurred there. Meanwhile, totally different subject. I don't understand why people that have plenty of money and you're way up there in age, and I'm referring to Dianne Feinstein, right? Why does she feel the necessity to continue doing what she's doing? I mean, she's been a senator for how many years? But they literally rolled her into the Capitol yesterday in a wheelchair. She's been out for like 3 months. I mean, hell, she's like 91. How old is she? She's got to be close to 90 by now. And she's been very ill. Why does she feel the need that it's not like she needs to be getting a paycheck. She's got plenty of money. But nonetheless, she did indeed get back to D.C., cast her first 2 votes on the Senate floor after nearly a 3-month absence with health issues. Photos I saw posted of her being rolled in on the wheelchair. She looks like hell. Really, looks bad. When she got to Capitol Hill, assisted into a wheelchair, greeted by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. She told reporters she feels, quote, much better. Did not answer questions about why she decided to return or respond to calls from critics to resign. Those 2 votes were the first she's cast since February the 16th. She had already missed 2 votes that were held earlier yesterday before she got there. So add that to the 91 floor votes that she's missed as she's been recovering from shingles. Now, she did issue a statement Wednesday afternoon that she's back in Washington, but will be working a lighter schedule as she resumes her duties. Even though I've made significant progress, was able to return to D.C., I'm still experiencing side effects from the shingles virus. My doctors advised me to work a lighter schedule. I'm hopeful these issues will subside as I continue to recover. Right, so yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, you've hit that point in your life. Yeah, you're already past the typical life expectancy here in the USA. Why don't you spend some time with the family? That's what I would be thinking. I don't know. But is it a power? Is it a control thing? Just cannot relent, cannot release the power. All right, and final tidbit before we hit top of the hour. News break is, what are we looking at? Rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast there. Before you ask, they say, yes, Bo Jackson has tried just about every remedy to combat his nearly year-long battle with the hiccups. Man, we've all had the hiccups at some point in time, but can you imagine dealing with that for nearly an entire year? He's now 60 years old. He detailed his unusual ordeal yesterday. He said it dates back to last July. He said, I'm going to get a medical procedure done at the end of this week. I'm hoping to try and remedy it. I'm busy at the hospital, setting up with the doctors. They're poking me, shining lights down my throat, probing me every way they can to find out why I've got these hiccups. But I've done everything. Scare me, drink water upside down, smell the ass of a porcupine. That's a new one on me. Is that supposed to be a real deal? Smell the ass of a porcupine? That's what he said. But I digress. All right, good luck, Bo.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The next few days and weeks will be difficult at the U.S.-Mexico border. That's according to Homeland Security Chief Alejandro Mayorkas. But he also says,
the lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean our border is open. In fact, it is the contrary.
Title 42 was the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations. Mayorkas is warning immigrants to only use legal pathways to enter the U.S. We're just weeks away from the U.S. defaulting on its debt. President Biden says if it happens, it'll be devastating.
21 million people at risk of losing Medicaid. Cut federal law enforcement officers. Cut 30 million veterans' health care visits.
Speaking at SUNY Westchester Community College in New York, Biden accused some Republicans of holding the economy hostage. Congressional leaders and the president will meet again on Friday. A bipartisan group of lawmakers introducing a bill to create a COVID-19 commission. The legislation would establish an official group to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the pandemic, looking into the origins of COVID-19, public health messaging, vaccine development and distribution, and the medical supply shortage. New York Congressman George Santos says his indictment on 13 federal charges is nothing more than a witch hunt.
I'm going to fight my battle. I'm going to deliver. I'm going to fight the witch hunt. I'm going to take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing that.
Santos pleaded not guilty to all the charges and says he will not resign from office. In fact, he plans to run for re-election. He was taken into custody this morning and released on $500,000 bond. An over-the-counter birth control pill may be in our future. A panel of FDA advisors has recommended that the over-the-counter pill called Opill be made available. A final decision from the FDA is expected this summer. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
There's been a big payout to a woman who developed brain cancer from smoking.
Philip Morris USA has been ordered to pay $37 million to a Massachusetts woman who got sick from smoking Marlboro Light cigarettes. The state Supreme Judicial Court ruled on Tuesday that Philip Morris falsely claimed that the Lights brand was safer than the stronger Marlboro Red cigarettes. The court agreed with Patricia Walsh Green that she may have quit smoking sooner if Philip Morris had not advertised Marlboro Lights as a healthier product. A judge announced after the verdict that Philip Morris has also violated consumer protection laws. I'm Skip Kelly.
A congressional hearing is set for next week on the artificial intelligence platform ChatGPT. The CEO of OpenAI Technology will be questioned by the Senate subcommittee. The committee wants to know more about the benefits and risks associated with AI. Insurance companies will no longer have to cover COVID tests after tomorrow. While we were under a public and national health emergency designation, Americans with insurance were able to get up to 8 at-home COVID tests a month for free since January of last year. Former Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Henry Ruggs has pleaded guilty to 2 charges related to a deadly car crash in 2021. Ruggs was charged with DUI resulting in death and vehicular manslaughter. Las Vegas Metro Police say he was going more than 150 miles per hour on a residential street when he plowed into another car, killing the driver and a dog. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, thank you much. There you go. Crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. On, yes, Thursday, not Friday, 5/7. He was hoping for the end of the week, I guess. But indeed, our number 844-844-3388. Lines available. Any fans of the Twister movie, the blockbuster? How many years ago was that? It's been back a few years, right? And I'm trying to recall. Seems like I remember something about the time the original Twister movie was supposed to be hitting theaters. There had been an actual deadly tornado outbreak that struck somewhere in the country, and I guess out of respect for the people that had lost their lives, they actually held off on the release. Seems like I remember that. Why do you mention that? Well, Twister is back in the Sooner State. Production crews have set up around Oklahoma to shoot the upcoming sequel. Parts of downtown Oklahoma City will remain temporarily closed. So, this was going back to Tuesday. Police had been out monitoring, helping with detours. The Twister sequel not only calling downtown Oklahoma City home during the shooting. Crews elsewhere in the country. Police ask people traveling to El Reno, be aware of road closures. Drivers need to continue. And they've got some of the detours listed. But this is almost exactly 27 years. Wow, it's been that long. 27 years after the original Twister hit theaters. Starring, the late Bill Paxton. I really liked him as an actor. Of course, Helen Hunt, Carrie Ools, the future Oscar winner, Philip Seymour Hoffman. May of 1996, that was the year. Went on to bring in more than $240 million at the domestic box office. Only Independence Day topped it that year, I guess, grossed at $306 million. Twister earned roughly $500 million on a global scale. The sequel, which is entitled Twisters, plurally, Twisters, is slated to be released the summer of 2024. Details about the plot haven't been released. But let's see. Glenn Powell, actor out of Top Gun Maverick, Anthony Ramos, Daisy Edgar Jones are attached to the movie. All right, Twisters, plurally. Let me get back to the calls here, see what's going on with Senor Heatwave. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, I don't know. I got myself either a bad cold or a really bad attack of the allergies. Oh, well, life goes on. I wish I didn't have to work, where I was independently wealthy, but the bills are going to be piling up, so still got to put the butt in the seat and foot to the pedal.
Make those wheels turn.
Yeah, because if you ain't turning, you ain't earning. All righty, so Mayorkas, talking about the border situation.
It's not open.
Yeah, right, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, he's complaining about that it's been umpteen years and no significant change to the laws of immigration. Well, you know, it's not Trump's fault like some people are trying to say. Trump was actually trying to get that wall built and to say, hey, these are the legal areas to get in. If you want to do this, you need to do it legally. It seems like anytime something goes wrong, they blame Trump when it's their own damn fault. But I guess if you perpetuate the lie long enough, it'll be considered the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a crying damn shame. So I understand the minister called in earlier.
That was last night. Yeah, last night.
Last night.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Shows you how much I'm in the know. Well, you know, a lot of us served in the military to preserve the right for you to, or for anyone to say anything they believe. No matter how wrong you are, minister, you know, I served to give you that right. So, and Eagle, we need people like Minister to call in to aggravate us because, you know, we hear, you know, outside of this venue of other people saying, you know, the same thing that Minister is saying. We need to have someone here that'll actually verify that it's not just other folks and other mediums, venues. You know, we need people like Minister to call in or try to call in opinions so we can just say, you know, you're wrong on so many levels, and this is the reason why. So I tell you that this whole thing is really ticks me off to no end. I mean, it's getting to the point where I don't even listen to the news. You know, I can't trust Fox News to give me the full scoop. Well, they're giving me a full scoop, all right, but it ain't nothing I want to chew on. I mean, and then having, excuse me, I lost my train of thought there. Just not feeling up to snuff. And of course, the rules say, well, if you don't feel good, you ain't supposed to drive. Well, yeah, that's what the rule book says. But I mean, as long as I can keep my eyes open and be somewhat alert, you know, I've got to pay them bills.
Right.
Well, we had some high winds yesterday there in New Mexico and part of Arizona for most of the day. I don't know. I sure hope we're done with the winds, because it's playing hell. I guess they got a controlled burn just south of Flagstaff, and I noticed it the other day coming in. It was just thick with smoke, and they always seem, the Forestry Service seems to go ahead and light a fire right when the winds are going to be the most dangerous.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, right now, I mean, it's about the northern 2/3 of New Mexico are under red flag warnings. And,
mm-hmm.
And I guess they've got, what is it, a fire warning or something? Fire, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they do. And it's because of the high-tension power lines that they got that are going through. And, I mean, those lines do snap under the stress of the wind and their weight. And I mean, just as soon as it hits the ground, I mean, it's not like it's a dead line. It's sparking.
Mm-hmm.
And those sparks will hit the dry stuff, and shazam, now we
Boom.
got ourselves another damn fire. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff can be taken care of, you know, where the fire would not be as bad. I mean, no fire ain't bad, but it wouldn't be as bad if we'd be able to go in there and pick up the dead and down trees so that we can use that for firewood or whatever else we just want to make the decision for on that wood. Personally, I'd go in and just get it for firewood. But our Governor Lujan Grisham, jackass, she put a moratorium on it, and that's what caused the firewood to go up in price per cord last year. Normally you'd pay $250 a cord, and then it was up to $350 to $450. So I mean, you know, it's a supply and demand crisis created by government. With the budget talks that they're talking of, treat my wife, Lady Heatwave, she had taken a still picture of the White House claims that if we don't raise, you know, the debt ceiling, we're going to be losing all essential services, medical care for the veterans. We're going to be losing police officers, DEA officers, Medicare. That's their claim. Basically, that's their lie to say this is the reason why we need to raise the debt ceiling. You know what? Our credit rating went from a sterling 3-star to a bronze 2-star, and I don't think we ever reclaimed that 3rd-star credit rating. I think we're still down to 2 stars. And maybe what we need is to have a little bit more hardship over here for people to see, you know, we shouldn't be spending money on illegal aliens except for getting their silly asses back to their country of origin. You know, or trying to close the border so we don't get all this fentanyl coming in through there or any other kind of illicit drugs. You know, stop giving a freebie to those people who are illegally coming in and start taking care of our own. You know, that the American First is not a racist ideology. I mean, that's just the way it ought to be. Is if you have a glass house and someone else has a glass house and they're getting rocks constantly thrown at theirs, I mean, sorry, we can't keep on going over there and repairing all their damn cracks in broken windows when we ourselves are vulnerable to the same attacks. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, but in the sheer fact that, the left refuses to even talk about reducing spending. I mean, they say, give us the blank check first, and then we'll talk about maybe reducing spending. Well, I mean, once you've got your blank check, why would you capitulate and then actually reduce spending? That's the game of cat and mouse they're playing. It's pretty much a standoff. They're both sides facing each other down. Republicans saying we want less spending. Democrats refusing to agree to that until after they get their blank check.
Well, I sure hope the Republican side does not blink and say, okay, we'll do it. Now let's talk about, cutting spending and them saying, oh, we'll do it about next year. We'll worry about it next year. Kick the can down the road. $31 trillion. That's a lot of jack. And of course, cringe gets up there and says, well, they done it 3 times under President Trump, so why can't we do it now for us? Well, I think the times are a little different. I didn't appreciate the spending, but then again, who shut down the government? It wasn't Trump. It was the Democrats saying, hey, we need to shut it down. We're closing it.
Do you remember the little powwow you had? Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and President Trump at the time sitting there, and Chuck Schumer talking about, trying, say you're going to force us to shut the government down. And Trump actually, he said, I'll take responsibility. It's me. I'll take responsibility. I can't remember what they were fighting over then, but yeah, it's the same sort of thing was going on under Trump.
Yeah. Well, how many times did Trump invite those two numbnuts to come up there to talk to him, and they didn't show? How many times? They would not show up to talk until at the very end. Well, you got to do something. Well, now I guess they're going to blame him for that too. Now, Trump wasn't convicted of rape, but why did he have to pay that woman $5 million? Because he defamed her?
Correct. It was called a defamation lawsuit by accusing her, I guess, of lying, saying that he never met her, and I guess he was in his deposition. He said, "I have no idea who this woman is. Never met her." I don't know if he did or didn't, but whatever sort of evidence they presented to the jury, it was enough to convince them that they felt like something happened, but it wasn't rape.
It kind of reminds me of O.J. Simpson. I think the evidence was there proving that he did kill, but he got off on that. But he was found financially responsible. Well, you didn't have any evidence of the act that the prosecuting attorney said Trump did. You had none, zero, kaput, squat, nothing. I mean, that just opens up a whole can of worms for a lot of other people out there. And unfortunately, I imagine they're going to take these baseless accusations against Trump to even more courts. And they're just going to bleed him to death little nicks at a time. 5 million here, 5 million there, 10 million over here.
Right.
I mean, it just proves that the left is absolutely petrified that Trump is going to be nominated as Republican nominee and actually run again for president. And this time, I think there's going to be more scrutiny paid attention to the balloting process. And yes, Trump has every right to say that it was stolen from him. In Pennsylvania, case in point, he's up 750,000 votes. 750,000. And come morning time,
right,
all of a sudden there's 1 million votes swing.
Yeah, we all witnessed it. We all saw it happen, and we all have questions in our mind, I guess,
Yeah, Georgia. I mean, he was doing really well until, oh, hey, looky here. We found some more votes underneath the tablecloth. Let's count them. Right. No, and then having a door unsecured that's, being reported in Georgia in that case. Well, that don't make no damn sense. It raises eyebrows. It raises questions. Right. But to minister, I guess that's just the will of God. No, it's not the will of God. It's the will of man and those who are in power to try to keep someone that did this country so much good to get him out. And now we're seeing the fruits of their labors of cheating. And I'll say it plain out. Yes, I believe that they cheated 100%. You got your blue states, they're going to vote blue. And there's just no way of changing it. But when you have questions of Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, 10 minutes after the polls close, Fox gives it to Biden?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one question I did ask last evening, the woman that accused Trump, right? It's something that happened in the 90s. Why did they wait, however many, it was been 25 years, I don't know exactly what year it occurred. Now, the same thing is going to be playing out here on the other side. You got this female, Tara Reid, if you're familiar with her, she's saying Joe Biden sexually assaulted her in the 90s. Why do these women come out 25, 30 years after the fact? It doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know. But, I mean, the times were then, you go in, report it, get tested at the hospital, get examined, and they would document, yes, these are.
I mean, well, she's not saying she was raped, but she was, quote, sexually assaulted in this case. As far as Biden goes, that's. I guess yesterday the report says, in true House of Cards fashion, Tara Reid, who's accused Biden of sexually assaulting her in the 90s, posted a bone-chilling message just days before potentially having to testify before Congress. Last week, she warned about the dangers of the Democrat Party and how powerful they can be when someone or something threatens their chance of having control. She said, I want to make something clear. If something happens to me, all roads lead to Joe Biden. Joe Biden and the DNC, the political machine, threats, bullying, and intimidation of the last 3 years will not work. She vowed to stand before Congress, invited by Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, to address what happened and what she knows. She already added in that, I am not suicidal. I should not be under investigation, nor am I a foreign agent. I am a private citizen. I am a former staffer of Joe Biden's that has chosen to step forward to tell the truth, she says. She said she warned of the administration's alleged bullying to suppress her and remained confident to ending the left's ongoing corruption. She worked as a staff assistant in Biden's office from 1992 to 1993 when he was a senator at the time. Of course, her tweets days after the co-director of the Washington, D.C.-based think tank, Gal Luft, claims he was arrested for stopping him from revealing damaging information about the Biden family. Okay, so I guess they're going to be hearing from her. I don't know when that testimony is going to be, but that'll be the House Oversight Committee. James Comer, same guy that stood there this past morning and unveiled a lot of damning information about the Biden, what he refers to as crime family. But all right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back at it on a Thursday right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. The White House says it's trying to find a path forward to keep the U.S. from defaulting on its debt. Staff from congressional leaders' offices and the White House have been meeting daily to try and find an agreement on raising the debt ceiling. Yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other leaders from both parties met with the president. Another meeting is set for Friday. The next few days and weeks will be difficult at the border. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
The lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean our border is open. In fact, it is the contrary.
Title 42 was the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations. An over-the-counter birth control pill may be coming. A panel of FDA advisors has recommended that the pill, called O-Pill, be made available. A final decision from the FDA is expected this summer, although they're not required to follow the recommendations. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Well, good morning. Happy Thursday. Or day number 4 of the hostage situation, as it's also known. Says Tom Kelly. Of course, TNCRadio.live, broadcast live from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. There were not many shadows this past day. Picked up several inches of rain right there at the studio. Fortunately, the weather that brought so many issues to the drivers did not stop us from recording 3 new programs live. So coming up, 5 o'clock Eastern. First up, Tom Kirk and Christine Gray led a discussion about the mental and physical strain that many drivers have to endure out there over the years. When do you know that it's just time to stop? You know, the conversation included a shocking revelation from one of the best-known drivers. All that comes your way on Keep On Talking. Next up, 6 a.m. Eastern, Taillights. Angie Baum has a frank discussion with several drivers about the difference between old-school trucking and the way things are today. What's the same? What's different? Can we ever get back some of what's been lost out there? Finally, it's Clutch Time Sports. Anderson and Banker starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. Check out the sports show that's made for truckers. And by the way, the month of May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Lord knows we need some of that in this country, mental health awareness. You need someone to talk to. Check out the helplines on the tncradio.live app. Mental Health Awareness Month. Hey, speaking of mental health, well, this kind of falls into that category. If you ask me, a group of Republican senators introducing legislation to stop Biden's Defense Department from hosting drag queen performances with taxpayer funds or in taxpayer-funded facilities. Senators Tom Cotton, Steve Daines, Kevin Cramer, Ted Budd, Marco Rubio introducing the legislation. It's less than 2 pages long. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Prohibiting the use of Department of Defense funds for adult cabaret performances. Now, this runs the gamut. Adult cabaret performances are described or defined as a performance that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, or male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to prurient interest. Who was it that said that? Tom Cotton said, if military officials want to know why we're facing a recruiting and retention crisis in our armed forces, you only need to look to Drag Story Time. Young Americans join the military to become warriors and defend America, not to become social justice warriors. There's no reason taxpayers should be funding this. Now, according to the report from American Military News, last month, Matt Gaetz questioned Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and General Milley during a House Armed Services Committee hearing about multiple drag events held on U.S. military bases. At the time, Austin said the Defense Department does not fund drag queen story hours. Gaetz says, well, wait a second. That's actually not what the record seems to suggest. You were going to fund one at Ramstein Air Force Base. That one got canceled, but that's Department of Defense insignia. That's a drag queen story hour for children. Then, Malmstrom Air Force Base outside of Great Falls, Montana. You had a drag queen story hour for kids. At Joint Base Langley, Utis, you put on a drag queen story hour on Saturday for the first ever kid-friendly Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Summer Festival. At Nellis Air Force Base, you had the Drag You Nellis, June 17. Who funded these things, Mr. Secretary? Austin again denied the Pentagon funds such events. Gaetz eventually concluded that Austin's repeated claim is not supported by the evidence, though. Our military's mission is clear: to provide the military forces needed to deter and win wars and protect the security of our country and our allies. Allowing the Department of Defense to become a branch of the far left, helping to promote their radical gender ideology, hosting and promoting drag queen performances, is a threat to national security and gross misuse of taxpayer funds. Senator Daines says this must be stopped immediately. So all speaking out about that, but yeah, the times we live in, there you go. All right, Eagle had something else on his mind, wanted to finish up. Go ahead, Eagle.
Okay. Hopefully the guy from Florida will call in after I say what I'm about to say, Steve. I don't know if you probably did because you keeping up with everything. This new deal that the governor of Florida has come up with. From what I'm understanding, Steve, I'm looking at some videos on my phone earlier tonight. I forgot to say this in my first phone call. They said that the illegal immigrants are getting the hell out of Florida because effective July 1st in Florida, if you are not a legal documented worker, the governor of Florida is going to place you under arrest. This is the kind of hard-line deal that we need, especially in Texas now. The governor Abbott, he's doing a good job. He might need to make a phone call to the governor of Florida and find out what kind of program he got going on, because we definitely need this in Florida. But from what I'm understanding, the construction site and the home building, road construction, they say that a lot of people are not showing up for work in Florida, illegal, undocumented aliens, whatever you want to call them. They getting the hell out of Florida because they don't, or they'll be deported out of the country. This guy in Florida is not playing games. It's a shame that him and Donald Trump can't work together, because they would be a hell of a team in the White House in 2024. But after what Donald Trump said tonight about him on CNN, I doubt if that'll happen. If him and Trump is gonna pick him for his vice president. Yeah. But I like what this man is. I like what he's doing in Florida. And I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, I've been to Florida. I like what I saw at the rate with all the gun shootings, with all the illegal immigrants and everything else that's going bad in Texas. I might become a resident of Florida sometime this year. If not in 2024, I might have to leave Texas, because I've seen just about enough. Especially with this border being wide open, this is terrible, And then for this guy Mayorkas to come on television today, Steve, this morning, and have the nerve. It's not the first time this guy said that the border is not open, and you clearly got video of people walking across the river into the United States in El Paso, Texas, and in other destinations. Does this guy really think American people are stupid, Steve?
Yes.
Because he
does. I think he does.
He has to think that American people are stupid at this point, either blind, because there is no way that man should come onto television and tell the American people that the border is closed and that we don't have an emergency situation when you got over 700 to 1 million people making their way towards the United States. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever for this guy. So, and then the press secretary, this other loser that Joe Biden hired, she's saying the same thing. Like I said, either they're stupid or they think that the American people are stupid. There's only two scenarios in that situation for them to continue saying what they're saying, Steve. But like I said before, the man down there in Florida got a good thing going, and I like the way he's handling business. So I might be a resident of Florida myself, because they don't have that much taxes is good and everything. And let me say one other thing about CNN, Steve. If you didn't see it tonight, like I told you in the first call, you need to watch this town hall. Mm-hmm. That if you want to see what bogus is, if you want to see what somebody is clearly against you, the whole night, everything Donald Trump said, this woman had something bad to say about it. She disagreed with him on everything. And this is probably one of the worst debates, or whatever you want to call it, that I've ever seen. And like I told you earlier, Donald Trump, at this point, I don't even think he should deal with Fox. I don't know, maybe if this other, I forgot what this other television program was called. That's about the only thing I would show up on if I was Donald Trump when it comes to a debate, because it's obvious that Fox News and CNN television are not going to give him a fair and honest deal. And one other thing, as for this woman that accused Donald Trump of raping her in New York over 30 years ago, like you said and other people said, only thing she was doing was trying to promote her book. She needed to get some sales, get her name out there in the news. Like Trump said tonight, this case was held in New York and Manhattan, and Donald Trump told that Caitlin Collins loser that anybody and everybody know he can't get a fair trial in Manhattan. That's why they held it in Manhattan. And the next case that they have is going to be held in Manhattan, and he'll be found guilty of that one too, because, like I said, Donald Trump is against facing a bogus jury, and it's really a damn shame the way they treat that man, Donald Trump. But when it's all said and done, Steve, Donald Trump will be back in the White House in 2024. So how you like that, Minister? And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Now, again, I have not seen it. I will go back and kind of catch what I can via the archives later this morning from that little get-together there at CNN. But according to the reports this morning, I mean, even the likes of the far-left AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I don't know, she's seething this morning. She's raging over what Trump was able to do on CNN last evening. I guess she actually turned on CNN. She's among a number of prominent leftists who turned on CNN in the middle of that town hall event, featuring Donald Trump, a live audience. The network's CEO had hoped to use the event to pivot the network back to the previous spot as a, quote, reasonable voice in the establishment media. It became apparent in the opening minutes that the network actually hosted Trump in order to try and corner him. Trump was grilled by Caitlin Collins about everything from the Capitol incursion to his civil case against E. Jean Carroll, the woman who claimed that she was raped. Collins made the accusation a focal point of the town hall. But apparently Trump was prepared for her line of questions, defended himself in a manner many who were watching found was more than adequate. Far-left Congresswoman AOC was not pleased after an attempt to corner Trump failed, to which she actually turned on CNN. She wrote off the network as having been, you are to blame for obvious support of Trump among a live audience of undecided voters. CNN should be ashamed of themselves, she says. They've lost total control of this town hall to again be manipulated into platforming election disinformation, defense of January 6th, and a public attack on a sexual abuse victim. The audience apparently was actually laughing and cheering Trump on. In another tweet, she accused CNN of putting a sexual abuse victim in harm's way, referring to Carroll. This falls squarely on CNN. Everyone here saw exactly what was going to happen. She concluded, instead they put a sexual abuse victim in harm's way for views. This was a choice to platform lies about the election and January 6th with no plan but to have their moderator interrupted without consequence. Collins attempted to make the first portion of the town hall about the Capitol insurrection. She also tried to paint Trump as a political extremist. Of course, Trump reminded her that he received more votes than any other Republican nominee in history during the last election. But again, I haven't seen it. If AOC's upset, it must not have gone well for the lefties, right? About 10 before the hour. All right, we've clear lines for the first time this morning at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on the trucking sector here. At the introduction of these our next generation of stringent emission regulations for big trucks. And the truck manufacturers apparently are pushing back hard against the EPA. Now, these are new carbon emission regulations for any truck beginning with model year 2028. While fully electric zero-emission trucks are beginning to hit the road, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs as we call them, maintain the biggest impediment to the EPA's rule seeking aggressive adoption for the trucking industry is a lack of infrastructure to support it. I mean, we support the goal, demonstrated by the billions of dollars already invested to develop and bring zero-emission powertrains and vehicles to the market. According to the president of the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association, however, without electricity, recharging, and hydrogen refueling infrastructures in place, our customers are not likely to make the needed investment to purchase the zero-emission vehicles that we put out for sale. We can't afford a scenario where manufacturers must sell zero-emission vehicles, but fleets won't purchase them because there's no infrastructure in place. This is a recipe for disaster, they said. The EPA's greenhouse standards for heavy trucks would begin in model year 28, extending to model year 2032. It would govern a range of truck sizes from delivery trucks to dump trucks to day cab and sleeper cab trucks. This would be the third phase of the carbon dioxide emission standards that began during the Obama administration. They would also reopen for revisions of the GHG standards for the 2027 model year. Now, senior manager for public policy at Navistar told EPA officials that while the company supports a zero-emission future, the reality is this regulation, as proposed, is going to significantly change the trucking sector. This would essentially mandate the move away from liquid fuels, which would fundamentally change the trucking industry's fueling, operational, and business models. Truck drivers have never had to think much about where they're going to get their fuel when they're purchasing a truck. OEMs like Navistar have never had to work with electric utilities and think about things like electrical substations before selling a truck. The fuel's always been ready and available. We and other OEMs have invested in this technology that we have product available. But the success of the transition to zero-emission trucks really right now hinges almost exclusively on infrastructure. Other trucking industry groups shared the OEM's concerns about the aggressive timelines here including the likes of the American Trucking Association and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Small fleet owner Monty Wiederhold, president of BL Reaver Transport, told the EPA he believed long-haul electric trucks will never work. That, by the way, is the Monty that calls into the program here from time to time. If you really think electric vehicle trucking is feasible anytime soon, I encourage you to visit a truck stop near you. Go between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. and see trucks parked along the driveways anywhere they can find a place to park. Then explain how all these trucks are going to get their batteries charged. Better yet, visit an interstate off-ramp and explain where the charging stations are going to ultimately be. Countering the argument about the lack of infrastructure was the California Air Resources Board. They say that they've seen as driving the federal government's aggressive emission timelines. CARB executives said 8 states have joined California's emission reduction programs, with every 4th truck registered in advanced clean truck state. The EPA should finalize Phase 3 to push significantly more heavy-duty zero-emissions vehicles, he says. He also wants the EPA to ensure that a final rule does not promote certain technologies like hydrogen internal combustion engines. That's a viable alternative there, though. Some are actually pursuing that, but all right, there you go. California trying to lead the way on a federal level. Climate change. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Ahead of tonight's prime time CNN town hall in New Hampshire, former President Trump says the network he's butted heads with for years made him an offer he could not refuse. Trump posted on social media, CNN's desperate to get those fantastic Trump ratings once again. The head of CNN parent company Warner Brothers Discovery said that the nation is divided and we need to hear both voices. The top Democrat in the U.S. Senate claims Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is the only top congressional leader remaining who's willing to leave a debt default on the table as the standoff continues with President Biden over the issue. At the same time, Biden is warning of the consequences of a default.
8 million Americans would lose their jobs, including 400,000 New Yorkers alone. Our economy would fall into recession, and our international reputation would be damaged in the extreme.
While speaking at a community college in New York on Wednesday, Congress needs to raise the debt limit before June. It's going to be a mess at the U.S.-Mexico border beginning Thursday when Title 42 expires. At least that's the prediction of one top Biden administration official.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is warning that the next few days and weeks will be difficult.
Even after nearly 2 years of preparation, we expect to see large numbers of encounters at our southern border in the days and weeks after May 11th.
Title 42 was the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations. Already, migrants are crossing the border, but this man said it's no picnic.
This is not humane. They failed to provide basic welcome and infrastructure.
Mayorkas warning immigrants to only use legal pathways to enter the U.S. I'm John Schaefer.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says that he's not going to support Congressman George Santos' bid for re-election following Santos' indictment on more than a dozen federal charges. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The COVID-19 public health emergency is officially over. Florida Hospital Association's Mary Mayhew says it does not mean COVID-19 has gone away.
We never should be letting our guard down about some of the concerns of future strains.
The end of the state of emergency also means the end of Title 42, that law allowing the U.S. to deny asylum and migration claims for public health reasons. Uncle Sam's also transitioning COVID vaccines and treatments to the commercial market. Thursday will be the last day to have COVID tests covered by insurance. Americans with health insurance were able to receive up to 8 at-home COVID tests a month for free since January 2022. That is no longer the case as of Thursday. California Senator Dianne Feinstein's back on Capitol Hill. The Democrat returned Wednesday after a months-long absence due to a bout with shingles as she continues to deal with complications as part of her recovery. Her absence has stalled a Senate committee's confirmation of a number of President Biden's judicial nominees. And a panel of FDA advisors is recommending a birth control pill be made available for over-the-counter sales. 2 FDA advisory panels voted unanimously to recommend the birth control pill called Opill to be made available without a prescription. It'd become the first such pill available over the counter. A final decision on it expected by the FDA this summer. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed it is. And something else I'd like to remind you about is you're going to be storing your collector cars, your generators. Hey, those snow blowers, I think we're done with them, at least in this part of the country. Make sure you store them the right way. Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil is the product for over 60 years. The go-to additive when storing anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Yeah, this is somewhere over in Maryland. Back to industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. A couple of semis involved in a collision with the train Wednesday afternoon. Near Rosedale, Maryland, about 2:20 this past day, according to BAL out of Baltimore. The CSX train struck 2 tractor trailers, sending one of the truck drivers to the hospital. One truck can be seen wrapped around the front of the train. Appears to have been pushed down the tracks. Injured driver's condition not clear. Of course, CSX had closed the line as crews worked to investigate the crash scene there. Now, so this crash appears to have occurred in the same location as 2 previous wrecks involving a train and semi-truck, one of which actually caused an explosion. That's about all the info they had on that scenario. Then how about maybe a DA of the Week nomination here in the state of Georgia? Police uncovering multiple worrisome violations after catching a truck moving a home after dark. I'm guessing they thought, hey, nobody will notice. We'll get this done. In a social media post this past day, Georgia Department of Public Safety detailed a law enforcement assist that occurred after an oversized load struck power lines on Monday. Georgia DPS says, okay, hang on for this one. MCO1 Holderfield and MCO1 Cooley responded to assist McDuffie County Sheriff's Office with a commercial motor vehicle that had taken down power lines about 9 o'clock Monday evening. When they arrived, they saw a commercial motor vehicle moving a house. The driver had no overside load permits, no trailer brakes. The house was not secured to the trailer at all, and a whole lot more. The driver did have a valid CDL at least. Somehow they got the house on the trailer, didn't have it secured in any way. All right. Nobody will ever notice. Come on, we'll get it done. Come on, Joe. All right, then on the flip side of the coin, you know what, a tip of the hat. Sometimes there are good law enforcement officers out there, right? And that's what the tip of the hat here from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol trooper that stopped a truck after a load of pallets had shifted on his trailer. Potentially a dangerous situation. This was on Tuesday. Oklahoma Highway Patrol Captain Burr pulled over a truck in Lincoln County. The truck's load of pallets, again, had shifted dangerously to the side, but he did not cite the driver, but instead required that he park until the shifted pallets could be fixed. Several social media posts sharing appreciation for the way Captain Orr handled the situation Thanks for not citing him for something that could be fixed. And it seems like most don't care what happens to your CFA score or your CSA score for stuff so simple like this. Another said, good trooper there, respect. So there you go. Just, something you can get fixed, and probably the guy driving the truck had no idea, which is a flatbed trailer loaded with pallets, neatly stacked, but the back stack had kind of shifted to the left. They were strapped down, didn't come loose, but got to get that. Hello, Big Sexy.
Morning, Steve. Hey, on that, your story earlier about Twister, that movie inspired a lot of storm chasers.
Come to think of it, there's probably a lot more storm chasers out there now than there were back then. You're right.
Yes, there is. And, a lot of them will tell you that movie really inspired them, watching that movie and got them thinking about it. And it's funny how some of the stuff in that movie has come about. They chase to get ahead of it to get instruments in place to record it,
Yep.
Like they were trying to do with Dorothy strapped in the back of that truck,
Yes, sir.
And you was right. That was I really liked that actor that starred in that Bill Paxton. He was a good one.
Yeah.
Too bad he's already gone, But I wanted to touch base on that, and they say the border's not going to be wide open after Thursday.
All right. Well, no, it's not open now. Come on, Big Sexy. The border is not open.
No, it's secure. There ain't nobody coming across that border. You know that, don't you?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Only a lunatic like we got in office would say that. But that's what I wanted to touch base with you on, and I figured you were kind of low on callers this morning. We need one.
All right. Always looking for an intelligent caller. Thank you.
All right. Later.
Have a good morning there, Big Sexy. Something Fox News probably didn't want to hear. Moving from the trucker to Tucker Carlson, that is. When he posted that Twitter video on Tuesday, announcing his plans to produce a show on Twitter, similar to the one that he had on Fox News. That video generated more than 106 million views in less than 24 hours. The 3-minute video, Carlson said Twitter is the only platform left where free speech is allowed. Originally posted 4:42 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, by 10 till 4 this past afternoon, it had generated 106.7 million views. That's much higher than Carlson's previous video posted on Twitter shortly after he was abruptly fired from Fox. That got 60 million views in 24 hours. While announcing his future plans, Carlson chastised the mainstream media's stranglehold on the information that's given to the public. At the most basic level, as you've probably heard him say, the news you consume is a lie of the most stealthiest, insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated. Best you can hope for in the news at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth you can, but there's always limits. If you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired. That is not a guess, it is a guarantee. Every person working in English language media understands that the rule of what you can't say defies everything. It's filthy. It's utterly corrupting. You cannot be a free society if people are not allowed to say what they think is true. We will be bringing a new version of the show that we've been doing for the last 6.5 years to Twitter. We'll bring some other things as well. Now, after he posted that video on Twitter, Elon Musk, of course, now the owner of Twitter, did say that the social media platform has not signed any kind of a deal of any kind whatsoever with Tucker, but I guess they'll be working on that. And then I did catch in the news earlier, is this Elon trying to keep things equal? Yeah, with Tucker Carlson stating, and I fully expect he'll get something up and going on Twitter, but Elon Musk reaching out to Don Lemon, no less, trying to say, hey, we've got a platform here. Yeah, you think Don Lemon would go over well on a Twitter? All right, 16 past the hour, and Daryl is on board. What's going on, Daryl?
Good morning. How's the family?
Doing well. Thank you so much. How about you?
Doing fine. How's the young man with the K9 unit?
He leaves, I think, today. I believe he leaves today to head up to Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, to get his K9.
Oh, that will be a great day. You know what the dog's name is?
Stryker.
Stryker. The first one we got here in Fairfield was named Zeus. And the officers really liked him. He was on duty for about 6 to 7 years, I believe. They don't have a long lifetime because of the way they're trained and the way they have to treat them, and they work hard. I was in New York. I was in Western New York over the weekend at a man camp up on Lake Chautauqua. And one of the guys that was there was a industrial electrician for Cummins engines in Western New York. And I really enjoyed talking to him about all the new Cummins engines that they were working on. And I don't know where he picked it up or not, but Cliff Steelworks that bought out AK Steel used hydrogen for the first time this week in making steel, which replaced coke. And they said it went just fine, and that they would be using that hydrogen to make a specialized steel with. Mm-hmm. I thought that was interesting. You were talking about the hydrogen in the big trucks. And I think that that's what will help the trucking industry more than electric batteries. What's your read on the hydrogen?
I know I shared a story here a few nights ago where there is, I forget which company it was, but that is their push. It's kind of like a combination, internal combustion coupled with hydrogen kind of engine. However that works, I'm not real familiar, but they made it sound like that would have the potential to be able to actually do the long haul, and then that fueling times, the hydrogen fueling would be a whole lot quicker than trying to charge a big truck battery. And sounds a lot more feasible to me.
We have a natural gas station here in Hamilton, Ohio, which butts up against Fairfield, and is owned by the city of Hamilton. And for about 3 years, the price was $1.99 a gallon. Now then, it's about $3.24 when I go by there.
Wow.
But I see trailer trucks pulling in there and being pumped up. So Rumpke, I know, has some of those natural gas engines. They run off of methane. And when they're going up the hill, they're real slow because they just don't have enough power to run 60 mile an hour up a hill. The other thing you mentioned, that Exetol for the dogs is making them sick.
Yes.
I was at a Maple Farm place where they produced thousands of pounds of maple syrup that they sent to Wisconsin, and he said they were putting it as a replacement for sugar. And I wondered if that was what you were talking about. He said that
probably is.
He said that there was a shortage of cane in certain parts of the world, and so they was making sugar out of this sugar cane. And that's exactly what you was talking about with that Exetol. I just found the two things interesting when you talked about them.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and again, I had no idea. I mean, I think the stuff's been around for a number of years, but I had no idea. I mean, all the things. I mean, I share with my dog. I know everybody knows you're not supposed to give chocolate or grapes to your dog, but yeah, I do share a lot with Turbo, and of course, I'm not a diabetic. No diabetics in the house, so we don't have a whole lot of that sugar-free stuff. Thank goodness.
Well, I eat UDF ice cream out of the cups, and I always let my dog lick the cup. And I was at Audie's today, and they had ice cream treats for dogs.
Yep.
So I bought 4 of them, came home, opened one up, and the dog would only eat half of it, so it must not taste as good as UDF. I want to give a shout out to Big Sexy from Northeast Arkansas. I grew up in Paragould, which is in the boot heel of Missouri area, and I always enjoy hearing him. We got 2 accents that are alike, so sounds natural to hear somebody from down south. I'll let you go. Enjoy your show, and I just put up my snowblower and put some of that good stuff in it for
Stay
so
Bill.
it'll start next year.
Stay Bill. There you go. That's
Yes,
a smart thing to do.
I recommend it highly to everybody that's got a snowblower or a gas engine. It works.
All right, Daryl. Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. He brought up the canine. I'm pretty sure today's the day that they'll be heading up there. But I actually misspoke a couple of weeks ago. Can't remember who I was talking to. I'm thinking it might have been Heat Wave we were talking about, but whoever it was. Yeah, I was under the impression. I mean, it seemed like these canines, they cost like $12,000, $15,000 for the. I mentioned that all the dogs trained. They just have to introduce the dog, like to the officer and teach him the commands and all that stuff. That apparently was not correct. The dogs, I guess, cost so much just because of the breed, the bloodline, or whatever. So he'll pick out the dog, and it is not trained. So he will then subsequently. Original plan was going to have to be going through like a training academy there in Pennsylvania, but I guess based on the proximity here in Southwest Ohio. Cincinnati police apparently have their own like canine training facility, and this is like a neighboring suburb of Cincinnati. So he's going to be allowed to go to the Cincinnati training academy with the dog, but I guess he'll be training the dog, and that's obviously he has no experience. So that's what the training academy they go through the whole process. So it's. I apologize for misspeaking there because I just assumed the dog was trained. Why would it be $15,000 if it wasn't already trained, right? Well, I guess that's the reason. All right, Knucklebuster, what's going on? Happy Thursday. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Hello, Mr. Steve Summers.
You must have had us on mute.
Was that Marcel Ledbetter and Moving Company that was moving that house?
Yeah, it sounds like it, yes. Now, did Knucklebutt, did he lose cell? He lost something.
Nah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm still here.
Thought you disappeared.
Yeah, I'm just across that river over there.
Okay.
Was that Marcel Ledbetter Moving Company that moved that house over in Georgia?
Yeah, no straps, no tie downs, no nothing. Just come on, we'll get it done.
No, that's right. Well, I apologize for throwing a curveball at you yesterday morning there, but you hit a grand slam home run on it there right out of the park there, right?
There you go.
Well, I got some breaking news that's baloney there. I heard that, I read an article that said George Santos was arrested, and 534 members of Congress and President Magoo was still at large.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they're going to arrest them eventually, right? Trump announced that he's going to pay $5 million judgment in collectible NFT trading cards to that woman. I don't remember what her name was there, so she wasn't a very important person anyway, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, this is hot off the press out of Washington, D.C. In the most recent instances of his seemingly endless gafes, President Joe Biden was left red-faced after he inadvertently signed an actual human named Bill instead of a piece of legislation. The junk they can come up with, man, that's crazy. That's none of my stuff, but anyway. And to save money down there on the border wall, they're going to cover it up with Bud Light signs to deter the migrants there. You think that'll work?
That might work.
Yeah, not in my book there. That'd be a good place to put them signs anyway. Just break time there for your news.
I've got a couple minutes.
Well, I'm going to buy me one of them towels there that actually dries you so you can, that I can dry my dog here. And he's a golden retriever, and he got more hair than any towel I know will dry him there. So, why don't you get your break in there, and I'll finish up all this baloney real quick after that.
Oh, this baloney. Okay. We can handle that. He did mention Bud Light. It ain't getting any better. I mean, every night coming here telling you how things are getting worse. Anheuser-Busch InBev was downgraded yesterday by an HSBC analyst who said the firm is now dealing with a Bud Light crisis. Carlos Laboy with the banking giant downgraded the company's stock to hold, saying there's deeper problems at ABI. Deeper problems, as they admit. Is ABI's leadership getting the brand culture transformation right? It's mixed, he says. At Ambev, we think the answer is yes. In the U.S., we think the answer is no, because, see, it's a global company. Yeah, they're screwed in the U.S. Yeah, the way this Bud Light crisis came about a month ago, management's response to it and the loss of unprecedented volume and brand relevance raises many questions, he says. He also questioned the company's management in his note. All right. Why did its U.S. leadership underestimate the risk of pushback, given the recent experience of other firms that have tried this? You know, this term, you go woke, you go broke, was not a new term. But Anheuser-Busch is sure finding out.
USA News update. The White House says it's trying to find a path forward to keep the U.S. from defaulting on its debt. Staff from congressional leaders' offices and the White House have been meeting daily to try and find an agreement on raising the debt ceiling. Yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other leaders from both parties met with the president. Another meeting is set for Friday. The next few days and weeks will be difficult at the border. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
The lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean our border is open. In fact, it is the contrary.
Title 42 was the COVID-era immigration policy that expedited deportations. An over-the-counter birth control pill may be coming. A panel of FDA advisors has recommended that the pill, called O-Pill, be made available. A final decision from the FDA is expected this summer, although they're not required to follow the recommendations. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. What I got? Round and third, headed for home, says Rick Friend. Yeah, Rick, I guess he went to the doctor and said he's been feeling kind of tired, short of breath. Kind of explained it's kind of a genetic thing. The right side of his heart is bigger than the left or vice versa, so... Yeah, okay. Ugh, he said. Ugh. All right, we're thinking about you, Rick. Hope you feel better. All right, welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Well, thanks for taking me back again there, Mr. Steve Summers there. Let's get real serious on this part of it here. You know, Tom Hanks, a lot of people don't like him, but I like his movies. A Man Called Otto was a great movie he put out there here recently. He he discussed the cancel culture. He should let me decide what I'm offended by, and that's the best thing to do there, you know. On May the 22nd to May the 25th, the Reds and the Cardinals are going to play. And I want to thank the Reds for letting the Cardinals win all 4 games there, Steve. And may the best team win about that, right?
Yeah, you've tried that before on a time or two, haven't you?
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes there.
Yeah.
You know, we'll just keep on going with it there, right? 86 mile an hour, I can't do that down there in South Texas. On the cold road, the speed limit's 85. I guess if I done 1 mile an hour, wouldn't nobody get mad about it, right?
I wouldn't think.
I don't know. Man, them state troopers down there, you get much over 85, and they'll pull you over in a heartbeat there. I read where that Natalie Holloway suspect, you remember her, right? The one that down there in Aruba. Yeah, Moron Vandersloot is being extradited to the United States for according to her mama. So, did you know that Pat Sajak was a carpenter?
I had no idea. No, really.
Yeah, Vanna is playing with Mayim Balik. I think that's how you pronounce her name, and that Ken Jennings or whatever his name is. They got a celebrity thing going on. And Pat Sajak's daughter Maggie is being the letter turner there. I didn't know he was that good of a carpenter because let me tell you something, buddy. He done a fine framing job on that girl, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right, well, that's all of my bully, and I'll finish up from where I did last night there. When death takes me down and I breathe here no more, his anthem will sound on that eternal shore. And I was going with the angels in heaven on high, singing, praise the Lord, he is the light. And I thank Mr. David Crowder for them words. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
All righty, you got it. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. All right, if you weren't with us earlier in the program, touched on some of the industry headlines. OOIDA representing the trucking industry at a House hearing this past day on supply chain issues. Eskimo Mom shared with me a story from her local area up there in and around the Dayton area. From WHIO. Truckers play a critical role in our supply chain. House subcommittee held a hearing Wednesday discussing the challenges facing the trucking industry, impacting the ability of consumers to get the goods they need. If you bought it, a trucker brought it because nearly everything purchased for your home got to the store on the back of a truck, said Representative Rick Crawford. He's correct. This essential workforce delivers for America, supplies everything from groceries to clothing to life-saving medicine, said another representative, Eleanor Norton of D.C. But the industry is facing a severe recruitment and retention problem. Now, I know this is always a contentious issue with OOIDA because they talk about the shortage of nearly 80,000 truck drivers, which they say, no, that is not the case. If there were a shortage of drivers, now, I shared just last evening, we know there are big companies, FedEx, furloughing drivers. XPO said they're going to be whittling down. I don't know how many drivers were involved. Maybe it was more administrative with XPO, but you wouldn't see companies reducing the number of drivers if there was an actual shortage, would you? Either way, truckers said a big part of the problem comes down to unsafe, unfair working conditions. Executive Vice President of OOIDA, Louis Pugh, said, I'd actually like to see you or your colleagues try to get any work done if you didn't have a safe place to rest at night. And if you showed up to work at 9 a.m., we're not allowed to do anything till early afternoon, all while not being allowed to use the restroom or being paid for the time you wasted. Witnesses said another key factor comes down to pay. Low wages for very hard work is the biggest issue that we face. That was a representative for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. The trucking industry called on Congress to ensure truckers are protected on the job, but cautioned against overburdening them with too many government regulations. Good jobs, good working conditions in the freight industry directly translate to a stronger supply chain. Testimony also pointed to concerns about the lack of safe parking for trucks. There is legislation under consideration in Congress aimed at addressing and expanding safe parking for the trucking community out there. Yes, indeed. Would that be Tim Jim? Long time. What's going on?
No, this is Gilligan.
Oh, well, it says Jim.
Well, I think that argument I keep having with your call screamer causes a lot of that. I mean, are you sure he's not a liberal? Hey, Steve, I'd like to call and thank everybody for their thoughts and prayers. Let people know that the procedure I had yesterday was a success. It seems like everything's back in rhythm and everything, and I should be back out Monday night.
Really? Okay. Someone chimed in early in the morning. I forget who it was, but said, everything worked. I guess you were in and out in like 4 hours time, so that's good. And I thought you'd probably be back to work in pretty short order.
Yes, I should be back to work Monday night. I do appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers. I know Rambler had mentioned me a couple times in his service, and I greatly appreciate it. A lot of your listening audience has called or texted me and everything. It's amazing the outpouring of this group. It got a little scary there the last few days. It got to where I was short of breath a lot and fatigued pretty good, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I feel pretty good this morning, really good. I mean, it's more back to my old self. It's amazing what will happen, how that affects you. It's just, but anyway. Yeah, well, that's about all I got, Steve. I just got up and got to listening to the show, but I wanted to call in and thank everyone. And I hope everybody has a safe weekend.
Yeah, right.
Take care.
Yeah, whoever it was that message said that you're getting kind of bored and you're not able to treat people right. That's what they said. 17 before the hour. Well, speaking of Brother Rambler, well, good morning.
Well, good morning. Hallelujah, Brother Gilligan. I'm glad to hear you're doing all right. Yeah, I know I called and left him a message. I missed his phone call. And just let him know we're praying for him. And, we always mention, ever since, the unfortunate death of Poncho, we always mention Chris and Lucy Orndorff and, always mention them on our prayer requests, we read off names and everything like that. So we think the world of him and glad he's all right. But I love old Knuckle Buster, but Knuckle Buster, that wasn't Hank Williams that sang I Saw the Light. That was Luke the Drifter that sang I Saw the Light. But it's still the same person, just Luke the Drifter is Hank Williams' alter ego. Luke the Drifter was the one that he used to sing all his gospel music, his alter ego, and he separated the two characters. But, man, I tell you, my favorite version of that is the late, great Reverend Jesse Dixon singing that song called I Saw the Light. And that's probably my favorite gospel singer of all time is Jesse Dixon. I love his preaching and love hearing his gospel music. And that's what a phenomenal man he is. But, I'm just glad Chris is going to be back out and everything. And, I hear the commercials from Lou Alcindor, also known as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, about AFib and what he suffered. But, there's another athlete, Steve. I meant to send a story to you, and I lost it. Bo Jackson. And I'm a diehard Alabama fan. But I have to admit, the greatest athlete to ever come out of the state of Alabama was definitely Bo Jackson. Steve, he's going to have a medical procedure done because for the last 10 months, do you know what this poor man has been suffering from for 10 months?
The hiccups.
The hiccups, yes. My Lord. Can you imagine 10 months, day after day, having the hiccups?
No.
Oh, my Lord. I don't know, man. I would probably have to go with a waterboard myself. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't torture myself.
Well, he said something about he's tried all the remedies, a spoon of sugar, hold your breath, scare me. He said something about sniffing a porcupine's ass. You ever heard of that one as a cure?
No, I never have heard that. That should scare anybody right there, you know. That should scare anybody right there. Hey, I saw where someone posted on your Facebook live feed, vote who is the community preacher. And I think it's overwhelming. I think everyone would rather have Brother Rambler than the sinister minister.
Yeah.
So thank you, everybody. God bless you. I love you, man. But I know you're running short on time. Hey, this is 3 nights in a row I've called in.
We're on a roll.
But I know it. And look, Knuckle Buster, one more time. St. Louis Cardinals, they're up there, but can't beat those Atlanta Braves, baby. That's the number 1 team, Atlanta Bravos. But I do like the Cardinals too. And one of my favorite teams, the Rockies. They'll be playing a 4-game stint against the Braves in June. We're going to try and go up there. I like to go see a game of Braves and the Rockies. That's I don't know, Steve. Just back in 1993, when the Rockies become an expansion team, I just kind of always liked them and don't approve of the politics that goes on in Denver, but I've always liked that team. And I remember, I think it was back in 2007, 2008, they went on that incredible 20-something game winning streak and made it to the World Series, only to get swept 4 games to none by the Boston Red Sox. Oh, broke my heart. But God, you and I love you. And remember, you can find us at Determined Ministries Church. Come like us on Facebook. Come join us every Sunday at 5 p.m. Central, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And don't forget, if you're a first-time caller and you want some of that hot shot secret, that stitching eliminator, the diesel treatment, the gas treatment, be a first-time caller, call in the Steve Summers Show. Let Steve know that you're a first-time caller, and you will get a $60 voucher. And also, Steve, I understand that your Facebook page, you sell overnight drive hats, overnight drive drink cups.
T-shirts, hats, travel mugs. Yes, sir. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Yes, indeed.
That's right. And as one more time, got to throw his name out there again, as Knuckle Buster would say, if the female version of the Overnight Drive audience puts those on, well, you can pretty much put 2 and 2 together, and I'll leave it at that because I'm a clean-loving guy, and I'll leave the rest up to people's imagination. I love you, Steve. God bless you, brother. We'll talk to you. Oh, remember, love is not a four-letter word. That's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and listen, he does, Brother Rambler and Steve can love you, and we do. All right, God, sure that I love you, man.
Have a great day, Rambler. He almost forgot it there. Yeah, he almost missed out on that. Love is not just a 4-letter word.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here, what you got on your mind, 5-7? Hello, 5-7. Hello, hello. Okay, I guess we lost 5-7. Maybe he's going back through the swamp. Anyway, well, here we go. Almost made it through an entire program with no discussion of artificial intelligence. Nope, here we go. Artificial intelligence research and development should stop until its use and technology are properly regulated, says an international group of doctors and public health experts. Certain types of AI pose an existential threat to humanity, write the experts. This is in the May 9th issue of the journal BMJ Global Health. The group, led by a doctor of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in the United Kingdom, other experts from the United States, Australia, Costa Rica, Malaysia. AI has transformative potential for society, medicine, public health, but also can be misused, may have several negative impacts. The experts warned AI's ability to rapidly clean, organize, and analyze massive data sets, which may include personal data and images, make it possible to be used to manipulate behavior and subvert democracy. There are already examples, they say. AI was used in this way in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, in the 2017 French presidential election, elections in Kenya in 2013 and 2017. When combined with the rapidly improving ability to distort or misrepresent reality with deepfakes, AI-driven information systems may further undermine democracy, causing a general breakdown in trust or by driving social division and conflict. AI-driven surveillance can be used to control and oppress people. China's social credit system, example number one, combining facial recognition software, and analysis of big data repositories of people's financial transactions, their movements, their police records, and their social relationships. At least 75 countries have been expanding these types of systems, including liberal democracies, the team says. Another area of threat is the development of lethal autonomous weapon systems. Things attached to small mobile devices such as drones. These can locate, select, and engage human targets without human supervision. This could kill people at an industrial scale, they write. Over the next decade, widespread use of AI technology could also cost tens to hundreds of millions of jobs. You know, while there would be benefits from ending work that's repetitive, dangerous, and unpleasant, we already know that unemployment is strongly associated with adverse health outcomes and adverse behavior. Increasing of automation trends tends to shift income and wealth to the owners, contributes to inequitable wealth distribution globally. Furthermore, we do not know how society will respond psychologically and emotionally to a world where work is unavailable and unnecessary, nor are we thinking much about the policies and strategies that would be needed to break the association between unemployment and ill health. Self-improving general-purpose AI, AGI, is a great threat. It could learn and perform the full range of human tasks. Lastly, we're now seeking to create machines that are vastly more intelligent and powerful than ourselves. The potential for such machines to apply this intelligence and power, whether deliberately or not, in ways that could harm or subjugate humans is real and must be considered. Kind of freaky stuff, ain't it? Now that coming from the health community, an international group, doctors and public health experts saying we must hit the pause button. And with that, we must close things out here on a Thursday. Have a great day. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but
News.